Oh, Batman.
Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to episode 15 of season 5 of City of Light and Shadow, a French resistance campaign that is gritty, character driven, immersive, and based off of a heavily modified Fate condensed with lots and lots of other reframings. And it is good to see you all here. This was to be our very, very last full group episode before our last 3 episodes of the season. But sadly, KP cannot make it. He's got a thing going on, and so he cannot be here today. But I don't know if you're going to be watching this in the rerun or on the VOD or on YouTube, our dearest KP. But hey, giving you love, and give KP all sorts of love right now. Let's see. Okay, there are things to think about. First off, I would like to apologize for the late start. I had technical difficulties. I have a new chair.
How is it?
First off, it's taller, and I can go super tall, but this means I feel like I'm not as weirdly, like, the camera angle I just feel like is better. I'm just looking right into your face, and it makes me feel better. I probably need a little footstool, or to you know.
I have a tiny footstool under my. It's actually 2 yoga blocks, but I understand. Yeah.
I'm currently using
I'm
my
short.
kneeling chair as my footstool, which I should probably
Whatever works.
whatever works. Whatever works. Let's see. I want to say thank you all for being here. I want to say thank you for supporting us. All of you who do support us, thank you. The most exciting and best way that you can support us is by being here and watching the show, whether or not you're watching us live or on YouTube. And I know that I'm supposed to my one of my mods, Rissa, who's amazing, reminded me the other night to update the RPG command, and I didn't. So just note that there's one RPG on there that is not currently live. Just know it. Oh, perfect. Okay, so while that's going on, I just wanted to say thank you. You can watch, for those who are watching on YouTube, who are watching us live, watching us in VODs, thank you very much. There are multiple ways you can support this show if you so desire. They include, giving us tips or bits, and if you do, we will read out those messages over at our intermission and at the end. You can also join our Patreon, which is at Academic Foxhole, and that Patreon goes to pay for this cast, for this show and any other shows on the channel, also for the graphic artists and all of that kind of good stuff. We have a special tier, which is the word from our sponsors, and that's $200, and that will basically pay for an entire show. Just a little bit less because it doesn't take care of everything, but more or less. And if you do that sponsorship, you get a special shout out, you get a special spot in our credits, and you get an ad, a special ad that is made by us, that is played once a month. And this month's sponsor is we can have up to 4 of those, but our this month's sponsor is Willen TW, who is our bookkeeper, and also whose character exists in the game as an editor for one of the underground newspapers who our heroes have not yet met, but you never know, they might just do. And let me see. Also, that was that. You can join us in our Discord where we chat. But I think more importantly, besides, before any and all of that, because how is that even interesting? I want our players to introduce themselves because they're the stars of this show, and they are. The alert was not muted on a geek. I'm going to note it as they're giving themselves their intros. I'm going to take care of that. Multitasking. But I would like our players, who are the best players, the stars of the show, why you are all here and why I am here, to introduce themselves, say who they are playing, and answer this one question. And the question is, you know what? This is such a funny little question. When you get like really odd questions in your mind, if you're me, and some of them are things like, what is the one fear you have that your character would never want to see in this particular episode right now within the opening hour of the show? That would be like one question. But that's not the question I have in my mind. Actually, the question I have in my mind is, does your character have like a sentimental piece of clothing? And if so, what is it? Because I was just thinking about that. When you like, sometimes you've got one of these just like little sentimental pieces of things that you love, that you feel good in, or that you never wear but you like. I just kind of want to know, if your character has some kind of sentimental piece of clothing. And since the last person I know, the person who last went shopping, as far as I know, and got new clothes was Lindy. Lindy's going to go first. So if you would, dearest Lindy, could you tell us, who are you, who are you playing, and does your character have a sentimental piece of clothing?
Hi, I'm Lindy, and I acquired a pair of pants from World War I today, and I am playing Frieda Engel. She was alive in World War I, fictionally speaking, and she's a famous German opera singer. She's very round right now because she's very pregnant. And does Frieda have a sentimental piece of clothing? I'm going to say yes. Of course she does. Probably more than one. I've already mentioned some jewelry. She has that sentimental. So with clothing, I imagine she doesn't have a ton because, again, she grew up very poor, but I imagine there's a very nice like shawl that used to be her mother's.
Oh, may I ask what it looks like?
Yeah, it's probably one of her mother's. She probably has a couple. She probably has like a wool one from winter time because it's fucking cold. And then I imagine that also because shawls were very in the 19 teens. She probably also has like a nice silk one that her mother didn't wear very often. It was like one of her mother's nicer pieces of clothing. It came out for like special events, occasions, like funerals probably. It's probably like a nice gray. So like the silk one's probably gray, and then the wool one is probably like a nice cozy, probably like a red, something nice and warm. Like a reddish orange.
Speaking of red, I feel like that's my transition to the next person. Little red dot. that's because red, right? See?
Yeah, I see what you did there.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. I'm Little Red Dot. You can find me where Little Red Dots are found. Let's see. I play Regina, who is our German SOE agent, though she is not fighting for Germany necessarily. She questions some days what she is fighting for. But she has quite a few pieces of sentimental clothing. Actually, I think right now that have already been brought up in game, I have 5 pieces. There's the hat from the first season, the beret, which was given to her by the French lady when she first got to town, and she told her that she looked like she wasn't from France, that she needed a hat.
And that woman is probably dead because she worked with the communists in the tailor shop.
Yeah. So Regina has that beret, which she only ever gets to wear when she is not Regina, like Berger. I'm sorry, Kraus. No, I had it right. She has I guess, I don't know if accessories count, but she has the pin from her father, the stag pin. And she has the camera pin from one lady from London. She has a locket from another lady.
She is a ladies' lady.
She is a ladies' lady. She has her her mother's scarf, which she acquired when she went
Yes.
to the chateau, which had been kind of like lost to time until Regina recovered it. So now Regina wears it like in that perfect 40s style, like on her head. But that was her mother's. And that one I also picture as silk. I think it was just nicer for some reason. It's either silk or like a pashmina. It's like a higher quality cashmere or something. And then the last piece, which has only ever been mentioned a few times, or maybe once, which is one of Regina's biggest secrets, which is where her mother's real wedding dress is hidden. When she ran from Germany, she was wearing her mother's wedding dress, and Regina took everything she had on her, which was basically all her family heirlooms, her mother's jewelry, her dress, and she dug a hole and she hid it. And only Regina knows where that is.
By a tree, if I remember correctly.
By a tree. I know exactly like where it is. It's on the way out. Actually, I take that back. Jules would know because he had to drive the car and stop for Regina to take it all off and bury it. But yeah, her mother's wedding dress is waiting until the war is over.
I remember that. I knew that.
That's almost a piece of clothing per season.
It's interesting because speaking of burying important.
Oh wait, Trooper, this one's important because it came from you. Regina has a uniform.
That is correct.
I can't forget the uniform either. Regina's never been able to have a uniform as a soldier until she joined the SOE, and you gifted her that. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that one too.
And on Patreon, I believe I dropped a little packet of props that I gave Pumpkinberry and Dot with a picture of their uniforms and their the award they got and all that. So, speaking of people who bury things that are really important to them by trees, Oscar also did something similar, which means it was a human being, and I'm going to go and pass who was dead, not alive. Oscar did not bury a person alive by a tree on camera, and I'd like to pass it over to Greg. Greg, who are you? Who are you playing? And does Oscar have any sentimental pieces of clothing?
Hi, everybody. I'm Greg Grimjack. I play Oscar Mueller, reformed Gestapo agent. I was sitting there and having that inner discussion. I'm like, okay, what's Oscar's piece of clothing that he has? And way back in the cheap seats of my brain, I heard a shout that says, I don't have any. And I said, no, maybe something like a shared jacket that he had with Mel. And then closer in the cheap seats, I don't have any. And so finally, as my brain realized that I was making shit up, Oscar has no sentimental clothing. He is an actor. Unless you count his birthday suit, there isn't anything that he is necessarily attached to. So he is he is sans sentimentality when it comes to the fashion department.
I'm going to note birthday suit right in my notes. Just going to note that for later.
I'd like somebody to take Oscar's hat and then see how he feels about that stuff.
This is Greg's hat. Oscar Oscar has a fabulous hairdo that he always should.
I guess that's true.
The suspension of disbelief is Greg has to have a hat on to make that.
That is amazing. And I am your GM. So we are going to sort of raise our curtain where we left off, and I'm very excited to come back in. So we left off April the 23rd, 1942. We've been hanging out, this week for quite some time. I think our season's been about 2 weeks or so. I have to check when our first start date was. But I wanted to just kind of, we had a lot of things that happened last week, many of which I'm not going to say out loud because not everybody here knows everything that happened. And those things will probably just come out. I suppose I can say the things that everybody does know. Our good dear prince, innocent, sweet, and doe-eyed, decided to teach someone a lesson that involved giving them a very, very heavy paralytic and then opening them up with a scalpel and giving them an anatomy lecture in a way that was supposed to go and teach them something. But that person died, and there was a lot of sort of thought about this amongst everyone. Most people, the ladies were like, kill them, killed and tortured him to death. Who cares? We don't care. Just like stop being ridiculous about it. Or finally, or whatever. And our gent was like, ooh, don't know about that. And that was sort of a moment. And then as our heroes in the clinic we're all sort of trying to figure out what they're going to do and to deal with the crisis, which was Luke's mother, Marie, had been kidnapped, and trying to sort of deal with that. They were unfortunate because they do have very public persona that are very heavily attached to the power structure. Many of them have responsibilities. And the prince was sent off to go and do his radio broadcast, which he needs to do. And Frieda was sent off also because she needed to do her radio broadcast, a little bit of singing as well. And so they were sent off, and our married couple, the Leixners, Regina Leixner, retired to her suite at the Majestic Hotel, while after reporting, I suppose I should mention, there was kind of like a huge amount of violence that happened at this flower shop that involved a gunfight between, and some tear gas and a gunfight, a bunch of violence between Oscar and his boys, his three stooges, and the French Gestapo. And he said a lot about it, and those things were then reported to the SS, and we left Oscar last week being picked up by the head of the SS, Elias Jäger, who brought him in a car and started driving him towards 84th Avenue Foch, which is the building that is the headquarters for the SS Gestapo, security police, security, like all the sort of policing and security groups that are part of the Nazi organization have their offices in that building. And he was being driven off to that place. So, we are going to start our session. I want to make sure, I think we've got everything. Yes. We're going to start our session in the vehicle. We're more actually as we sort of drive into Avenue Foch, as Holger Leixner, Oscar disguised as Holger Leixner, well known, sort of well advertised to be ill, is going to be led in to Avenue Foch with Elias, whose face is not pretty at the moment. You almost see a boot print on the side of his face. Is what it is, and sort of led in with this sort of phalanx of guards, and not that he's being brought in under guard, but everybody has to have guards at the moment because there's been a lot of violence on the streets, so everybody's a little bit nervous. So we're going to start with this moment as Elias, with sort of SS soldiers, leads Oscar into this building, Avenue Foch, 84 Avenue Foch. And Oscar, you have been in this building before, more than once. As a matter of fact, this was one of the first places you were when you first came to Paris undercover. And you were undercover as just a regular sergeant attached here to do guard duty because the SS is a little bit understaffed. And this was a place where you watched a young woman, Jeanette, be tortured for months. You had been brought in undercover with the idea that they wanted you to eventually break her out, which would get you in with a group with a cell that she was close to. The head of the SS at the time, the head of the Gestapo at the time, believed that this cell was a secret black cell run by German military intelligence, and your job was to get in their good side, infiltrate them, find out everything about them, and help, take them down. That's not what happened. You did rescue her, but you did not take down the PCs. Weird. Instead, you took down the head of the Gestapo. And that was the beginning of this moment, in this place. And in this moment, you are led up the multiple stairs to about the third floor where where Elias's office is. And
he stops on the second floor to catch his breath.
And everybody sort of waits and pauses for you, right, in that moment, with, just a little bit of a, not necessarily with an attitude or not an attitude, but just sort of like there's a stopping. The whole place is somewhat busy, as it always is. There's a lot going on in the city, and there's a bit of a buzz of activity, especially since you had made this sort of report, and you can tell that there's, you can hear phones ringing back and forth off the hook, people mumbling here and there, and but we're still in the kind of early days when people don't necessarily know everything that's happening, and so eventually you are brought up to his office, and when you're led in, a young French woman comes and sits down with her steno pad to sit down to sort of take notes, and he gestures Elias to a chair by his desk, but before he doesn't wait for you to sit, as he goes to a small bar at the side and pours 2 glasses of probably a cognac and comes back and hands you a glass. As he sort of leans back, he doesn't sit behind the desk. He leans, at the front of the desk, leaning against it. So
Oscar would buy himself a few seconds just by sipping it and kind of slowly taking it down his throat, like one would medicine.
Yeah. So, if you could explain to me what happened, that would be useful. And as he says this, the secretary, she has her steno pad and she's ready to write.
He would just give her a glance, but not a look of concern, just kind of a note. And then he would produce the slip of paper that contains the code. As I told you, this is the boys that's coming here to be a part of the show. He was abducted, as we've heard, these people trying to disguise their identities by becoming parts of groups with established papers, and this was something that was on him that the boy has no idea where he got it or what it means. And then he looks over at the stenographer. Might we have a moment?
He smiles, Elias smiles, and she just has her head down and she's writing. And he says, well, we can talk about non-business things after we do the official report. We have time for this. But first let us have let's do business first, and then we can speak about tennis between my wife and your wife and you and I. But that sort of thing we should probably wait until after the business. He says, sort of with a kind of like the tone is sort of relaxed, but his eyes are intense, right? It's like that kind of like the eyes that say there are things that need to be done. You know what I mean?
Right. And he knows Oscar knows exactly what that's all about. And so Oscar, almost as if under his breath, but loud enough for the stenographer to hear, I have not been feeling well. But sorry, I was distracted.
It's all right. So please.
Does she write that down?
She does. She writes down everything. She's very conscientious of her job, but also it's one of those things. I think I don't know if you are young enough, like me, Greg. We are of a young generation where you may have perhaps been taught how to touch type. And if you've ever done those, when you're sitting there, we've got that like the lists of paperwork, and you're just sort of looking at the things, and you're typing it up. You don't even necessarily always register what it is that you're typing. It's just sort of words that just go from your eye to your hands onto the page without even necessarily registering it. And you get the sense that this is the kind of she's that level of like so skilled with stenography that it's just sort of automatic at that moment, that she just sort of describes everything that she's hearing. I suppose like maybe perhaps a court stenographer, right? Without really, it's not like she is deciding what to or what not to transcribe. She just transcribes everything that happens without, just sort of automatically, and without much. You don't get the sense that she's judging. Do you know what I mean? Like that's not necessarily she's not processing. She's just writing. And so she continues, and he goes, so you have received this note, if you could tell me. And he takes it and he looks at it. He says, no, you got this where?
This is from the boys that it's among the possession. And again, he knows what he's told Elias before over the phone, that he knows was tapped. So
which is that they
purpose,
found this at the church, right, where Falstaff, like the Falstaff Connect.
Right. But this is him trying to establish the narrative of the other boy. But he already told Elias that the other boy at the train station, even though it was the older brother of the boy that's now under his care, but he is setting it up that this was a dissident who, a resistance person that was attempting to travel using the paperwork of the younger boy, camouflage himself with numbers, that type of thing. And he knows what he's told him before. What he's attempting to do now is that if someone were to compare this transcript with what he had said on the recorded line before, it's going to match up. Everything, the facts are not going to change. He's just not going to sound as clear-headed when he gives them.
All right, so you tracked down this connection point. You found this note, which you are handing over to me.
Uncovered the boys that the note originated from he was killed at the station. I saw it. He was the soldiers did their work. This was something that I needed to be brought to the attention of you.
All right. Thank you for this. We will certainly. Now, my understanding is you have this boy, correct?
Yeah, he's and he deliberately slips. Elias, when we were coming up, the people that would see the things in the field, and it would break their minds that they couldn't speak. It's more than shock. It is they used to call it the battlefield fever, the sundering. This boy has it. It cannot speak. He looks at me with the same eyes as somebody that has seen war.
All right. Will he be useful for you for this film project?
He has given everything to get here. I will put him to work and hopefully divert his attentions.
Thank you for this. Anything else about this incident?
Just we should congratulate the soldiers on the train, the station, who did their job. They did it well.
Good. We'll have to ask about the second incident. We have been told that you were attacked earlier today. If you could recount what happened.
believe it was criminals that beset me. I was on my way working with agents and for the film. I let my guard down, and I believe it almost cost me. And he indicates the shoulder with the blood stain
on the coat, right? Like your coat is bloodstained. So you were working on finding locations or something like this for your film, and you were set upon by some sort of criminals, resistance.
He stares directly at Elias when he says it. Some type of criminal element.
He takes notes. How many was there?
There were at least a dozen. I know that I shot 4, and so there's another 4 that were killed, and he trails off a bit. She's giving it.
Who was with you?
So when I knew that I was under siege, I was able to get a call out to Clements, my security personnel, and he came with Schmidt and Brockhausen, and they were to save my life today. He takes a big drink of the drink that was given to him.
Well, I will have to go and bring in Clement Schmidt and Brockhausen for a few questions about what happened, of course.
Please.
This was, where was the location?
He gives the intersection name, but the one farthest away from the flower shop. Mm-hmm. Because actually a lot of the action took place in the bakery.
It did, actually. That is true. That's all right. He takes notes on this. So I'm glad to see that you were able to be saved from this. We will certainly make a note about the ways in which crime is increasing in the city and how that might do with security. Before we go on to things that are clearly not so important business-wise, let me ask, just how is your film going? Will it be done soon?
And he pauses for not an awkwardly long time, but a noticeable time. I hope it'll be done soon.
Is filming going well?
Yeah.
Good. I will have my secretary type up all that, and you can sign it. But would you?
I would like to say one other thing, if I could.
Of course.
I would like to take this opportunity to offer. I would like to submit that Clements Braun be considered for promotion.
I see. Well, that would be a bit tricky, as he is military and not Gestapo. However, I would recommend you write up a commendation letter, and I will personally also endorse it, so that when that goes up to his chain of command, that it might be looked upon favorably. Perhaps even some sort of medal for bravery.
He would be a blessing to the Gestapo. He just says absently.
Well, these things are always a bit tricky and difficult. But I will see what I can do. However, I would recommend that you write this commendation letter. And I will, of course, after interviewing him and your detail, add my word to this as well. If you don't mind, would you type up all that and return it, if you don't mind, so that we might sign this out? And while you're doing that, I will just keep our good Herr Leixner with us and talk about, well, double dates, as it were. And this woman who is probably, she looks to be in her early 20s. She sort of nods and she gets up and she walks out of the office so that she can type up her notes. And he looks at you and he goes, "So, Holga, is there anything else you might want to share about any of this?"
He looks around the room.
And Elias sort of waves as if it's not a problem.
I think they are coming for us.
Who?
I don't know.
What does that mean?
There's someone that is aware, and they are coming for us. Looks,
And it was the Arctic Wolf, correct?
Yeah, the Arctic Wolf is now dead.
Correct.
She was the first one that came, yeah. You were
So
the
Wolf.
second. There is a third, but a different type of person who's out there somewhere. The Peregrine.
right. So Wolf, they think they know about me. They'll be coming for you too.
The Wolf.
The Arctic Wolf. The-
I'm going to need from you a deceive, and he's going to roll his empathy.
He's so empathetic.
He has a stunt.
This guy.
He has a stunt that will help with that. He's not hyper empathetic, but he does it like a,
He's so empathetic.
He
that
got
guy.
a bonus. He's got a stunt that gives him a +2 to suss out lies when he's interviewing someone, like interrogating someone. Did not help at the moment. By the way, you get a boost on our Elias because of that. I'm going to just put that out for you. And he looks at you and he goes, "The Arctic Wolf was killed months and months ago, last year."
It's 4 or 5 years ago.
No, it was...
No. The stories that we heard, if this was 4 or 5 years ago, Elias, and someone said that the wolf was killed, we would laugh.
Is it... The Arctic Wolf, she was killed here in Paris just last year.
He moves forward until he is, if he's still leaning against the thing, he leans forward in his chair until he's looking up at him as close as he can get.
They were not criminals that attacked me today.
All right, who attacked you?
I believe it was this French Gestapo.
Why would they do that? That makes no sense. Unless there was a reason. Was there a reason?
I gave them no reason. I told them who I was,
Did you?
and they attacked.
And he leans over and he goes, "Dearest Holga, did you tell them who you were? And is that why they attacked?"
I told them who they should know. They screamed it.
What makes you think it was them? Was they in their uniform?
This is what I've been told.
By the way, they were
Is it?
not in uniform.
Right.
What makes you think it was them?
I just believe it.
This belief is not facts, and you're not superstitious. Never have been. If you think this is,
I'm going to be gone soon, Elias.
you are. It's always been irritatingly healthy like an ox.
When I am gone, they will come for you.
Who?
He looks at his shoulder.
Whoever thought this was okay. that this was safe, that this was something that they could do in the City of Lights. To someone who said that they were Gestapo. And they did it anyway.
Do you think there were people posing as French Gestapo?
He looks him in the eye. Does it make any difference?
It does.
They were operating in the streets as if they owned them.
Do you think they had any reason to believe that you weren't who you said you were?
No.
I see. I will investigate this, of course. And he taps his pocket where the note is. It's appreciative very much that you give me this note. Might I ask why?
Because I will be gone soon.
Yeah, but my understanding is that you've been preoccupied with other business.
I am where I was sent, where the wolf was sent.
You have not always been where the wolf has been sent. You have been in other places doing other things with other friends. As a matter of fact, you've been so busy with making films and whatnot.
It will be here when I am gone.
You know, Holga, I like to check paperwork, orders, see who's going to be here or there. As the current acting head of the SS, I have access to a lot of paperwork. And I knew someone some time ago. You wouldn't know him. He was, what was Oscar's code name?
You mean when he first got there?
Mm-hmm.
The Shakespearean one?
No.
Or
your SS, your Gestapo code name.
wow, excellent question, and I don't know the answer to that.
Because we have the Arctic Wolf, right? We have the Peregrine. Who was Oscar?
Damn, did we ever come up with one?
No, we did not. So I'm asking you now, because Elias would know that name. But very few other people would.
See, it was the Arctic Wolf, which is...
She was cool, and she was a hunter. The Peregrine swoops in out of nowhere and also murders you.
You know what? I'm sitting here like I don't have a fantastic resource in chat.
You do.
Chat, I would like to say, knowing that Oscar we have the dancer popped up, but if we're going also, since let's just say this, German High Command wasn't way too creative. No. So chances are it was going to be something like verb, noun,
something
adjective,
on the nose,
noun.
Something a little bit on the nose, right?
Right. And it'd be a little bit, so if somebody could think of something that was like dancer-esque, an animal something or other, we might be able to, fout the peacock.
But it would be what the Gestapo thinks of Oscar. Like
with the Gestapo, so the Gestapo would view Oscar as a dancing bear is good, but a little too communist.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be something like because Oscar would have had to have hidden a lot of what he was.
Yep. Yep.
But at the same time, his grace might have been able to come up. So maybe something of an avian sort, a hawk, or we have the peregrine, but I mean something, I don't know, soft shoe serpent. It sounds like I'm opening for somebody.
The soft shoe.
Question. Do they have a, sometimes all the code names are the same. Like we have like a Shakespeare through line. Do they have one for SS?
A lot of these people are clearly animal names. Right?
I was thinking that they're all tied to animals in some way.
And often some kind of hunter or some kind of dangerous animal, right? Because you know how they are. They like to, I
like this silent snake, because you were like, you killed quietly, right? So there's like
it's like Metal Gear Solid, yeah.
And his art was quick, right? So maybe something like
the Wolfhound's a good throwback because we just had that that thing, but the indication of a werewolf. But I don't want to step on that was Clements, right? His toes. Is that who was the potential?
But he doesn't. He's a sergeant, is what he is. But he actually wasn't. I was talking about a particular unit of sort of like a
Sniper Wolf. That's what I was thinking of. Sniper Wolf is from Metal Gear. That's hilarious.
The cheetah
could be something like the lynx, because cats are real stealthy, sneaky, or something like that.
The panther also could be,
Mm-hmm.
because panthers are often
I was just thinking of European.
You could go like cat, like puma, or I was trying to think of a German. I don't know what's
lynx. Lynxes are the big cat of
the
Europe.
silent lynx.
Yeah, I like the peacock aspect of everything because of the presentation, the showmanship, but that's too much. So I was thinking maybe like almost as an offshoot of that one, like a mockingbird type of thing,
or like the heron or something.
I mean, that's a great mockingbird.
Yeah,
mockingbird's a great code name.
Yeah,
because it's 2 syllables and it's a single word.
Also mean as fuck.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mean birds. Also pelicans, but I don't know if Europe has a bunch of pelicans. Pelicans are also mean.
I mean, you could also go with like a fox. I don't know how you feel about foxes. Fox is an interesting kind of slyer. You know,
if you were a cleanup crew, I'd say you're like a coyote, but you're not. I don't think that's your specialty.
I didn't mean to derail everybody, but it's kind of a code name. It's kind of cool.
It's important. Yeah.
It is important. These things are important. Wildcats are big in Europe. Voice says you go mythical with the lindworm.
Let's say we're going to go. What would our adjective be for mockingbird, though? Because we were already multisyllabic with mockingbird.
I just think the mockingbird. Because we have the peregrine, the Arctic wolf, the mockingbird.
And the mockingbird would have been, I mean, it's just like, a good bird choice.
I like it. And he goes, I had someone I knew a long time ago. It's a mockingbird who died tragically after betraying his country. It was quite shameful. You wouldn't know much about it, being in entertainment as you are. But I always thought about that. Mockingbird was poised for such a career. I mean, everyone spoke about the mockingbird sang loudly, not when they were on the hunt, but just generally speaking. People liked the song, people spoke about them all the time, probably on the way to the top, but they betrayed their country. I never forget that. Something I always remember. Same about the mockingbirds, they always felt so superior, you know? They were better than everyone else. And then they take this fall, a great fall. That story is perhaps not so important, but they were, as it turns out, working for some sort of traitorous group. But to us, why exactly did you give me this note? I know as a filmmaker this is not your business. Why do you give it to me? You could easily have not.
Because it will be with you long after I'm gone. There are lucky men who get to give final words. Your Mockingbird wasn't as lucky.
Yeah, my Mockingbird friend made choices.
And I give you that.
I have been hearing some rumors about you, Leixner. Quite a few rumors. I've been hearing that you're not in good health. What's wrong with you?
I am going to finish my job. It's a film.
Yeah. He stands up and he walks over and he turns on the radio. So you can hear it sort of wafting out into the hallway. And he comes back and he leans up against the back of the desk again. What exactly are you playing at?
I'm dying, Elias.
That's what I've heard.
There are few lucky men that get to give last words. Ones that will offer redemption.
Why are you giving me this? I assume this would hurt your friends.
I don't know. I don't know.
And why do you give it to me and not someone else? You could easily have given this information to one of my colleagues who's the head of, say, for example, security police or the SD. Make me look bad, give them information that I don't have. Undermine me if you wanted. Or perhaps this is a trap, this is not good information. I'm going to check this out, of course, double check it. If this is good information, because you are feeling repentant, why would you give it to me? Or not use this as some sort of tool to make me look like a fool?
Those games are over, Elias.
Are they?
And the others have nothing to offer me. They do not know me.
I can't imagine they do. Not like I know you. I know you quite well. Let me ask you, what are you doing? What is this, what is all of this? clearly you're doing something treacherous. But I don't know your plan or the plan of your masters. What are you doing? This is Holger.
I am telling you these things now. And they are the truth. I believe that we are being targeted, that we are being brought here to this city to die. I don't know why. Why I gave this to you. It's not treachery. Treachery is a young man's game. You may burn that. You may hide it away. But I give it to you because to be here when I'm gone. And you'll be able to say, even if it's to an audience of none, he's telling the truth.
Then let me ask you this. What mission have they given you? Why are you currently undercovers, Leixner? What plot is this? How do you plan, or how do they plan to use you to hurt the fatherland?
You always think so nefarious.
You know, this is one thing you cannot fool me with, because I know the facts. You were part of some sort of operation back in Berlin. The dangerous operations that resulted in a lot of people being dead. And operations was tied to these bricktops. Operations that had quite a bit of fallout. This was outside of your purview. It's clear that you switched sides and continue to operate with them, this other group. This does not have the fatherland's best interests at heart. And so I ask you, if you are repentant because you're dying, what mission are you currently operating under?
Throughout the entire time he was saying something, Oscar was slowly shaking his head, and not defiantly. He was just shaking his head.
What is your mission? And
It
who is your
has
master?
Always been.
No. I read your original files. I read the original mission you were given. You have not been doing that mission for quite some time.
They said this would happen, but they also said I would have Tristan here.
Tristan was the first commander here.
She also said I would have Tristan here, but they sent him away. We are being sent here to die. We are being sent here to die.
You have not yet accounted for what you're doing with that group of people. With Regina, your wife. With Tango was his name. With Sylvie, that's the American woman. With looks now, of course, to be your kidnapped friend, Frieda Engel. Charming, singing woman. Most likely also this prince. Looking at the employment records from the Bricktops, also a person named Charlie Williams. A number of other people. And this young boy, all complicated and connected with your groups. Luke. Yes, who was engaged to One is the persona of your current wife. So, there are quite a few people from this cell of yours. There's quite a bit of paperwork, paper trail. These people were not sent from Berlin. This ragtag mix of traitors that you were sent to infiltrate. It seems you've gone native because you stand here, but our good Tristan does not. Sent away. And then you're part of this attack in Berlin. So let me ask you again, if you are here to redeem yourself, who is your master, and what are they having you do? What is the plot? I need more good face than this note.
You don't see it yet. But you will.
I'm letting you walk free in this city, doing whatever thing you're doing for now. I'm waiting for now. I have not struck for now. But I could at any moment. I have ultimate power in this city at the moment. And anytime I wanted, I could, yes, I could take you. But I don't.
You will do the work for them.
Whose work are you doing right now?
The job I was built for.
But who gives you your orders?
Who gives you yours, Elias? Why does they have you looking at a group of ragtag individuals, as you call them, that have proven to be no threat to you, that you can even ascertain? Because I believe that if you could, you would have followed through with your threats. But you spend your time. They know of our rivalry. They sent you here. It's the same theater. So we would be suspicious of one another. So we would face off in Peacock. And we did just that. They are sending us to this city to die. They are getting us out of the way for someone. And I don't care who it is. It seems that God has more leeway and privilege than even those that are working in the shadows. He will get his way far sooner than they will. Then he looks down at his shoulder. Perhaps. The note in your pocket, I know not what it says, but what it should say is, they are coming for us in this city.
I'm going to need one more deception roll from you, which is, you can use your performance, of course.
You also got that boost. You could just...
You do have a
Yeah,
boost.
I'm going to use the boost
Yeah.
because it's the end of the scene. So that takes it to 5 or 6.
He looks at you. Let me get this straight. I want to just make sure we're clear. It is your assertion that someone sent me here on purpose to set ourselves against each other. Is that correct?
I believe that was icing on the cake.
To get this, the inner ring, our particular unit, out of the way. Is that correct?
Those that have perished in the city have a skill set that someone does not wish to see around.
Is there not so many of us?
Now, we established this way back when, but there are only a few incontinent of this particular group. The Peregrine, the Arctic Wolf, Oscar, Elias, and I believe one other that has been left unnamed.
I think there are two, one or two.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're not that many.
Right.
Six, I think there were total.
Dirty half dozen is what I remembered.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
There were six total. Yep. So that's Elias, you, the Arctic Wolf, the Peregrine, and two more. Is that what you're saying?
It is what I believe.
Can you think what happened to you is a move of whoever is behind this?
I believe that there's something at work. But my warning to you, Elias, and I wouldn't believe it if you were giving it to me, I will be gone. Of that no one can stop or detain. Then you'll know. But everything that we have done, I would hate to see us removed without a fight.
Oscar, all this sounds convenient and good, but you've not explained what all that is with that group. That is a big question mark, what you're doing with them.
I would like to try to create an advantage with Elias here.
Mm-hmm.
He is selling the point that he has one last piece of information that explains what he is doing, but it is that piece of information that he cannot give because it is the last of his leverage. But I want to, at the same time, through looks and through this exchange, to get across the idea that, and I think I actually have something. You
got some shadow of a doubt.
Shadow of the benefit of a doubt, and we're in this together. So what he is trying to do here is he is trying to really instill in him that that Oscar is, while shady and shadowy, maybe more so than their unit has ever been, he is not exhibiting full traitorous activity at this moment. Or he hasn't, at the very least, there's again, benefit of a doubt.
Yep.
So may I do that?
Please do. Great.
That's a great.
And he will resist with, that's a good question. Will or empathy? I think it's going to have to be empathy to try to see through what you're doing here. You've got him by 2. He is going to invoke his high concept, ruthless and politically savvy head of now the SS in France. So his political savviness is going to give him a bonus to make that a 4 versus your 4.
You've got shadows of doubts. You've got benefits of doubts. You've got innards together. You use them before you lose them.
Yeah, but it's really more of a trading one for the other, because if I get an advantage, it's just another advantage that I already have.
You do have 3 on benefit of a doubt if you wanted to just use 1 to have a second.
Did you add the
Advantage.
boost to the original roll?
Say again?
The boost, did it get added to the original roll? It did. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, +5. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let me do this. Is there if we break even here, that's just a push, right? For me, I don't lose anything, or okay.
Or you have an option, because this is creating an advantage. Either you get a boost, but you do not create the aspect, or you do create the aspect and he gets a free invoke on it.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. But what I'd like to do, and again, I don't know how the sequence of actions go here as far as if I want to do something else, but I would like to do a discover action on him.
So you will take the boost instead?
I'll take the boost, yeah.
Okay. I would like you to tell me, what is your discover action as the secretary walks back in with 2 guards? There's a tension at the moment as they walk in, but you may make this discover action, yes.
Okay. I just want to see, is he face everything that's going on, this conversation, I want to know how confident he is in his position of power. He said, I have absolute authority over. I want to know if he thinks there's any type of possibility that, given his current set of circumstances, it seems kind of odd that he's come to Paris and been met with like absolute shit the entire time he's been here. So I'm thinking that, with that benefit of the doubt, I want to do discover action to see how does he feel about his current state.
Empathy.
Okay.
That's an empathy roll. To see into him.
I thought I actually had better than that. I do not. Ugh.
It's a good thing he got all his aspects on him.
Right.
And a boost.
Holy shit.
Woo.
I don't like.
Oh, you could have only rolled 1 worse.
And his deceive is good. So now, no.
Yeah, I'm walking out here with nothing. So
no, that is not true, because when you fail
a discover action. Yeah.
You have the choice. Either you may ask a question related to the skill at a major cost, or Elias gets to ask a question about you, delving into your secrets and weaknesses.
Oh, in that case, I'll go ahead and re-roll it.
Using which
the show must go on. I mean, I guess I could do better. I could always do worse. I've never seen a -4. Let's see it right now.
No,
catastrophic.
it's the exact same.
So,
Math.
All right, so I got the boost. That'll give me to a what?
-1.
-1.
Okay, and then I'll use 2
you
of
have
my
a shadow
things.
of a doubt on him. You also have benefit of a doubt on you.
But it has to be
together.
an aspect that will help him see through Elias. Those will help people not see through him. It has to be.
You could use the cell one. We are what is it? The playing both sides.
No, he needs an aspect, not
but playing both sides would work, right?
Yeah, it's an aspect on the cell.
We don't have any charges on it. He can't. You can cash it in.
You can use a fate point though.
He can use a fate point.
Yeah.
But he's got a shit ton of free aspects on the board, is what we're looking at.
But very few of them are about reading other people. Most of them
you
are about being
one
deceptive.
On Jäger specifically, the shadow of a doubt. That would probably work. Because
I have
it's on
benefit
Jäger
of a doubt
on
on him. Yeah.
Shadow of the doubt, but that's about him.
You have shadow of a doubt and benefit of a doubt.
But both those are about making Oscar more believable. This is about reading Jäger.
We're in this together.
So -1. I will spend my other fate point to get me to 1 using the cells thingamabob, and then I guess I can't. You know what? It's time for fate point chicken. The scene's been too long anyway. I am going to attempt to re-roll again. Can I do that?
Using which aspect?
Let's see, soul of a dancer, because I am almost fucked here, and I am going to try to.
How does soul of a dancer let you read someone better?
Lets me read someone better?
Yeah,
it has to be okay.
Because this
because you're doing discover.
Mm-hmm. You're trying to sort of read his
okay, high concept then. German theater student that betrayed
absolutely
his...
absolutely being a theater student, that you have those, absolutely, without a doubt.
This is ridiculously stupid, but I'm gonna do it again. All right, well, I'm right where I was if I had just spent the fate point anyway.
So will you like to ask a question at a major cost, or would you like him to ask you a question?
No, wait a minute. I can get this to a 1 now. Isn't that where he? Oh no, he's at 3. Fuck, I'm not doing math.
You could, yeah.
Yep. Let me just take your fate points away, as a matter of fact, as well.
Oh yeah, I was gonna get him.
Yeah. Boop.
Let's just be a lesson to everybody. Don't do a discover action when you don't know the fucking rules.
You just rolled terribly.
I did not know the rules. I would never. Okay, I get what you deserve. You know what? I am going to ask a question at a major cost. Okay. But I have a caveat here.
Yes.
This major cost can't be Elias discovers something about me that would have been the fucking question that he would have asked me anyway. Okay.
Because that doesn't count. That would not be fair. Let's see. A good major cost for this moment. Ooh, let's see. I think. Let me ask your question first, so I can see if there's something that is really good and well related to that. You want to know if he is
the walls closing in, Elias? You know, and that's you mean both professionally and in his private life of murdering.
Okay, that's a good question. Let me see. I feel like the major cost for you learning this information. I want you to take a mild consequence, because that's a major cost is like the equivalent of a consequence, whereas like a minor cost is equivalent to some stress.
I already have a mild.
Ooh, you do, don't you?
Because my moderate, just because we had a breakthrough, got turned to a mild.
Ooh, what is it doing right now? Where is it?
Isn't it you were shot?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, because yes. It had just zipped down, which means you'd have to take a moderate. I want. Here's going to be your major cost, and it's going to be. There's going to be a moment. Let's call it. It's going to have to be a moderate now, and I would call it. You'll be needed. Is the consequence, which is going to be that he may need to pick you up, to consult with you, to ask with you, to get you to do something at a time when it will not be particularly convenient for you, right? That he now feels as if you are someone that he can talk to in a particular way, right? That you are someone that he is, let's say, interested in, right? Like, i.e., not an enemy, but that does mean that he may need to call upon you, and that might happen at a time when it's not convenient.
Sounds delightful.
Excellent. So please take a moderate consequence, and that is you are needed.
Oscar is on call.
Yes, Oscar's on call. And the answer to your question is this. Murder, he feels completely confident that he is totally fine with all of that murder as a serial killer. I will, and as for professionally, the answer to that is he's gotten a lot of hassle since he's got this position, right? It's not been great. But the vibe you get is, despite the fact that it's not particularly great, he still feels confident. Most likely because the people who've been here before him have done a worse job. They have been far more compromised and look really bad in terms of it's not good. Like, they've all been left in like really, really bad situations, and so despite some of these things that have happened, he seems to feel as if his reputation as one of the dirty half dozen, that special circle, is still enough, and that while he may have had some challenges and things are not as great as he'd like them to be, you get the feeling that he still feels as if a lot of those negative things can still be blamed to the people before him, right? Like, this is still Dr. Bones's, like, he's basically cleaning up, right? Still cleaning up the problems from people before him. If this goes on for a long time, it might be more of a problem, right? But at the moment, he still has a good plausible deniability. At least that's how he's feeling. So while he has some, let's say, he needs to have some good results, although he just killed Falstaff and he's killed a bunch of resistance members recently. So he's got some, right? He's got some good feelings. He doesn't think he's too in too much trouble. However, you did ask the question in a slightly different way. You asked if he felt like the walls were closing in on him. Yes, that was specifically what you asked. And no, it does not feel as if he has, and you know him, clearly, like, at this point in time, where he's at, he could probably murder every single prostitute in this city and be fine, because this is a brutal regime that does not care, and he's in charge of investigating murders, so he's fine about that. And he feels as if he's still pretty good at, like, making sure that he still has got time, right? He still's got time to turn what's going on in Paris around. Plus, also, he doesn't seem to be all that invested in being the head of the SS anyway. So it's not like he's feeling particularly stressed out about that mild stress, right? I would say some mild stress, 'cause you got to do this job, but it doesn't seem like he's particularly vexed. But throughout the course of you talking to him, it started off fine. He clearly is skeptical of you, right? He know that this cell that you're a part of is a sticking point, absolutely a sticking point, because while he may believe you that you have got other things going on, this whole thing with this group is clearly a problem, right? For your story. Doesn't mean he doesn't believe you. He actually seems to be buying your story, but there's a problem, and it is, what is that, right? He wants that piece to fit. But as you were talking, you said a couple of things, just one or two things, and you saw the walls start closing in on him just a little bit. But it doesn't seem to be about his murdering, doesn't seem to be about his position as, the head of the SS, temporary head of the SS, head of the Gestapo. But clearly you said something that resonated with him. And not at first. At first, when you talked about the French Gestapo, it was like, it didn't seem to do much to him. He thought it was interesting, and he clearly is going to go and check it out, right? He's like, what is this about? Because this is something that is interesting to him. Or part of his job, at least. Let's put it more, it was part of his job, right? So clearly he was going to look into it. But then you said something else, and it was about the Arctic wolf, and it was about him being sent here. and you being sent here, and that being some kind of plot, perhaps. And when you said that, like, the walls moved in about 6 or 7 inches on him. So the question is, does he feel like the walls are closing in on him? The answer for many things would be no, but all of a sudden you could see him see some of the walls closing in on him in a way that has nothing to do with his position. That's, let's say, the security of his position, or the security of his position as also a serial killer. You triggered something there in him that he is clearly concerned about, or something is there. Something is there that you said. You suspect he knows something that you don't, that makes this, what you said, trigger a little bit more. Do you know what I mean? Like, if I know something and you tell me something that actually corroborates what I know, but you don't know that I know it. I know that you don't know. I know something, and I know that you don't know that I know this thing, and then you say a thing that corroborates the thing that I know. That
I followed that.
You followed it, right? That's sort of what happened, and that was about these walls closing in this moment. And at that moment, as you can see, right, gears turning in his mind, and walls closing in a little bit in his head. The secretary and the guards come in, and the guards are on alert, and the secretary is concerned, and there's this look of serious concern, and a sense of urgency. And the secretary walks up to him in his personal space, and he sort of like, it's like a little instinctual, like, what are you doing in my personal space, right? He doesn't seem to like this idea of her being that close to him. But she leans up and she kind of like pulls him away from you, because you two are both in somewhat close proximity at this moment. Like, when these guards walk in, you two are quite close to each other. And she pulls him towards the bar, and she whispers something in his ear. And he goes, "What?" He goes, "If you excuse me, Captain Leixner, I have some news. I have something to take care of. If I will have someone escort you out, something. I've just received some news that I have to take care of, if you don't mind."
Of course.
And the two guards, one of them decides to stay in the office, and the other is going to escort you out.
One of them stays in the office even after everybody vacates?
Well, no, because Jäger is going to be in the office, so he stays in the office with Jäger and the secretary.
Gotcha.
Like, you would think that both of them would escort you out, right? Because that's what you're doing. But one of them decides to stay in the office with Jäger. Clearly something is going on. And as he begins, this other guard is escorting you out, you see a flurry of activity. You see people with rifles sort of moving about, a lot of activity right now. And the people with rifles are kind of standing around, kind of not quite certain where to go or what to do. They're sort of waiting, probably waiting on Elias to give them orders. So it's very clear that he's getting some kind of a brief while you're being taken out. A brief that clearly still involves him needing a few more people there. And you can see sort of higher ranking people sort of move in towards his office. Various sort of leaders and people of power and import heading towards his office for something going down.
I mean, he'll make note of anybody that he sees that might be interesting, but other than just general observation, he walks out, playing up the sick act, and Greg playing up the I needed one more motherfucking roll act. Damn it! Conversation.
And they will drive you back to the hotel. and you are returned to your hotel and your wife. And I would like one roll performance from Frieda.
Oh, certainly. Is this for my radio performance?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me get Frieda up here. Boop, doop, doop, boop. 4. It's a speciality.
Mm-hmm. What are you singing tonight?
Oh, let's see. It's a beautiful April spring day. She's probably singing. See, I can't pull up a specific opera or something. Like some classic stuff like May Sheep Safely Graze, some like pleasant springtime, like warm weather, that kind of stuff. Like change of seasons is what the focus is going to be on her song set this evening.
And
she'll sing mostly in German, but a few songs in French,
And as you sing there in the booth, you can see some things happening out front as you sing.
Happens sometimes. Like, I wonder if anyone's been shot.
No.
Was it scheduled this time?
It's just, it's just one of those things where you see people who work there, just sort of like prepping and doing their business in this space. And a man who you know as being one of the sort of main speakers of Radio Paris is there. And he's going through papers, probably news he's going to read.
Yes.
And then someone comes in and hands him a new set of papers and he reads them.
Oh.
He seems to be sort of like, oh, interesting.
Some news.
And you can see him taking sort of notes on the news. And this is like through the course, you're going to be singing for about an hour or so,
Yeah.
And just sort of long prep.
She knows these songs by heart. She flips through the pages for, as an act, but she's looking at everything that's happening because, again, she's done radio a lot the past decade.
And near the end of your set, it's been a bit of time, you see 2 SS officers walk in to the booth, and they have a chat with the fellow. And they look at his notes, and they take a couple of pages, and they take them with them as they leave. And he walks out to follow them, clearly to have some questions.
Yeah, have I encountered this person before who does the news?
You have not encountered him.
Okay.
But you have seen him around, and you've heard him, of course.
I've heard him. Do I know if he's native French?
Yes, he is.
Okay, good.
He's
good to know.
I mean, he is one of their people, of course, right?
Yes.
And a huge collaborationist, right? This is Jacques Doriot. He's one of the many, right there. No, this is he was a little bit earlier. This one here is Jean-Hérode Paquis, and he broadcasts his news reports daily, which he's always calling for the destruction of the United Kingdom and all of that. But he's quite intense. But
that's fair.
Yeah, but he's sort of taken off, and you just kind of notice that as you finish your
Try to hit that hot radio station gas on my way out.
And there you have waiting for you a woman and 2 guards.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And the woman, she is
Oh, is this my new attache?
It is your
Damn
new
it.
attache. It is.
Okay.
She is, about like mid-20s, perhaps.
Oh, okay.
She looks younger than she probably is from the level of makeup she's wearing.
She gets that, yeah.
She's probably later 20s, but she's trying to look younger 20s. But she's not. She's got sort of brown hair, sort of a light brown hair, and she's dressed fairly smartly and professionally. And she's standing there with a small pad of paper, and you have these 2 guards behind her with rifles. And she says, if you do not mind, Frau Engel. It is nice to meet you. I will be your new attache, she says with a smile.
Ah, it's a pleasure to meet you. And your name is?
Camille Dujardin.
I'll get the last name from you later. Camille. I had a neighbor named Camille growing up.
If you don't mind, we should get you back to the hotel. There is danger on the streets. There have been some attacks. So I'm going to escort you back, and we should have a meeting, I think, for breakfast tomorrow. Friday, to have a plan about your performances and viewings.
That would be wonderful.
Yes, I've spoken with the State Department, and we would like to have they have told me that they would like to have you a more full schedule where you have more appearances. We are going to have perhaps some duets with some French singers. And, yes, so come.
Let me get my papers, and I go and get my music or whatever, and get ready and waddle on out.
And as you were waddling on out,
very carefully, examine this Camille.
Give me an awareness or fight. Which one would you like?
Not fight.
This is a discover action.
Oh boy. Okay.
Or shoot. One of those three.
I'm gonna go for awareness, which is apparently epic. It's not fight or shoot. That's a crit. Okay. I was like, why did I roll so good on that awareness? Okay. I'm not gonna pick the skills I have 0 in.
No, you just get different information. She's walking out with you. You can ask one question about her that you can get through awareness, through observation. Well, not long-term observation, but quick observation.
I guess this is just a vibe check. I feel like that's the I've just met this woman. I'm gonna be spending a lot of time with her from here on out. I think just like a general vibe check is what Freida's going for.
Ask that question a bit more concretely.
How to convert from slang.
Because there are different kind of vibes you gotta be going for,
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just trying to I saw a lot of 70s decor at the antique shops. Like, what vibes she's putting off, man? Like, what? Okay, here's a better question.
Yes.
This is different than a general vibe check. What? Because that's a good awareness check. What is she trying to hide about herself? Or conceal? What is she trying to make less obvious?
Interesting.
To the common spectator.
Interesting. I feel like what you're asking me is about her aspects.
Sure. Yeah, let's get an aspect.
Is that correct?
That sounds like a good vibe check of what she's trying to conceal. Don't feel.
So,
not let it show.
The high concept that you know of her would be professional French attaché connected to the Parisian entertainment community.
That's a mouthful.
That is not her high concept.
Oh.
That is the high concept that if you ask someone, they would tell you, but that is not her high concept.
Oh. I'm going to put in big letters then. Not.
Yes.
Okay.
Her high concept is, how to phrase this?
Well, it should just be her high concept, right?
Yes, but I'm trying to phrase this as a way that makes sense for you as an observer. Her actual high concept is trained in security, bodyguard, posing as an entertainment attaché.
Okay.
And it's just
the way she walks, the way she where she puts her hands. Because I've been around a lot of military people and a lot of just dangerous spy type people. It is observant.
And it's also that moment when you walk out of the building And you
the way
have
she looks to scan and to check where, and not just okay. I feel like bodyguards and daycare teachers are very similar professions in the fact that
Yes.
you're always scanning the environment for hazards and then doing a head count, like, all right, and my charge is here, but less obvious as a bodyguard, way more obvious as a daycare.
Yes, and she seems to be good at her job.
Oh, that's so great.
Also,
I miss Martin.
her deceive wasn't bad either, I will note.
I bet.
Yeah, right. She's some sort of
Bore her
undercover.
to death with entertainment details. Yep. I'm gonna kill her with kindness and the inner workings of the opera and entertainment agency. Okay, good to know. Cool.
She's not ignorant about the entertainment world, by the way. She's not.
No,
she's not.
I just imagine she doesn't want to hear me prattle on about the differences and notes between two different compositions and the keys and blah blah blah. I imagine that might bore her.
She's quite patient.
I imagine she's incredibly patient.
Yeah.
All patience wears thin. Eventually.
Yeah. And she smiles and she listens.
And Frieda is also a patient woman.
Yes.
So this will be,
yeah.
She's like, oh,
Yeah.
Frieda's in her monologue's just like, great.
Yeah.
That could be worse.
And she just smiles and she listens as she takes notes. And she brings you.
Frieda doesn't talk a whole lot on the way. Just like kind of chit chat, get to know you. Like, oh, you're my new attache. This is so great.
She is surprisingly difficult to get to know.
Oh, I bet. Wow.
She mostly just listens to you and smiles.
Yeah.
Very polite.
Oh, very. Frieda would know nothing about what that's like.
No. And she listens to everything you say and she takes notes on everything you say to her.
Oh, good. Yeah, I just talk about like what the specific things I'd like to cover that she hasn't already mentioned over breakfast, and how I think today's radio performance went. Yeah.
She says, "I listened. It was very good."
Oh, thank you.
And she doesn't ask you any questions about
yourself
like to be. Yet.
Yeah. No, that's fine. I expect she will eventually,
but not yet.
No.
She does ask you one question as she
I bet she does.
Walks you into the hotel.
I bet she does.
With the guards.
Yeah. I bet she does.
She says, "Oh, I'm sorry. If you don't mind, I just have one question before I go, leaving you here."
Course.
And she takes out the pad and she looks at it that she's been taking all these notes in, and she looks at you and she says, "What exactly do you like for breakfast?"
Oh, Frieda. I think Frieda's been having some cravings. She's like, oh, crepes are quite good, but I've really just been craving like sauerkraut and chocolate, like just as like a side, just as a little. She just puts her hand on her stomach, like been having some cravings, but crepes are hearty, filling, light. But at the same time, they don't sit too heavy in the stomach, but last most of the day.
And she notes your belly, and she sort of looks at it and she nods, and she looks at you and she nods, and she goes about her. She reaches and she goes into her purse, her pocketbook, and she's a little bit away from you. She's not super close. And she steps forward as she pulls out this sort of little, very small bar of chocolate.
Oh.
And she moves towards you, and she trips, and she sort of stumbles towards you.
She trips, does she?
She does.
Oh.
So I'm going to roll a discover action on her part.
Okay.
Using fight.
Sure. That's fine.
She rolls great.
Okay.
Might you roll your deceive?
Oh, sure. I would love to. Roll that deceive. I also rolled great.
I will use a fate point.
Oh, will you?
I will. Because she is, after all, a trained undercover security expert. That puts me at 6 versus your 4. She wants to ask you a question. She wants to ask a question of you.
I'm sure she does.
Mhm.
I don't know what that question is.
I know.
Let's spend a fate point just because.
Mhm.
Just because I don't know how many she's willing to go. We're gonna spend it. I don't know really what I'm defending against this question per se, because she just
wants to ask you. She wants to ask a question of you.
just
That's all.
ask a question.
Mhm.
I'm gonna be just a famous German opera singer. I don't know if that's a valid defense because I don't know what she wants to ask from this tripping. I don't know what she's trying to accomplish
You
here.
need something that will
Is she
help
trying
you.
to bump into me? Like,
That
what
will
is she
help you
trying?
lie.
Oh, well then, stone cold manipulator.
Mhm. All right. I will spend my last fate point.
Oh, your last fate point. Okay.
Mm-hmm. On one of her other aspects, which is eagle-eyed.
Ooh. Okay.
I'm up by 2.
Yeah. I was just writing down her aspect. She might be her free aspect
It
or
is.
her. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I need more aspects on the board. I've been busy.
Mhm.
I don't think being a good tipper will help me here.
I mean, I did give you 2 aspects last week, but I don't think they're applicable.
They're not gonna
They're
help.
not.
No,
Mm-mm.
no, those are for my fee action. They're not for
Mhm.
me.
Mhm.
Ooh, I don't think my stunt would come in here. And that's will. So no. I really want to know what question she wants to ask because I might just be like, I failed.
But see, you can't know
But
first.
I don't
Sometimes the
know.
question's
Yeah.
great. Sometimes it's not. It's how much do you want to spend to not give anything away? I will say it is a question that she can get from the skill fight.
Oh.
It's knowledge that she can learn from that skill.
Yeah, well, Frieda's how bad is Frieda in a combat? The answer is terrible. But it could be, has she had any training? The answer is so I will spend one more fate point.
Using which?
From the Viper's Den. I'm a cold criminal who knows how to conceal
That is
certain
true.
aspects about herself.
That is correct. That is correct. Which means you're tied.
Mm-hmm.
Which means she can ask you a question at a minor cost.
Okay. At least it inconveniences her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So.
This woman scares me. I don't know her yet.
She trips.
She trips.
And she stumbles forward towards you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you catch her?
No, she's like super pregnant right now. I think what she does is she tries to she turns sideways so in case the belly is.
So you just sort of step out of the way.
Maybe put her hand out to try to try to that's the only assist she does. It's not much like a balancing hand if she wanted to regain herself, but she's gonna tilt and kind of like the mom protect.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you're driving, you put your arm in front of the passenger seat with the kids. That's what she's doing, but for
yeah.
tripping person.
And you do expertly. And the question was, have you had any sort of fight training before?
Mm-hmm. Just a little bit.
Yeah, the answer is yes. Which she sees in the kind of speed with which you respond, right? In the kind of your reflexes. She sees it. She sees the training that you've had. But her minor consequence, her minor cost, is that in seeing you see it and the way that she trips, she's given it away, and she knows that you know.
Okay.
Right? She knows that you know that she is not just an attache.
Okay.
Right? So that particular kind of secret is off the table, right? She may not say anything about it, but she knows that part is given up. And she lets you continue on with this little piece of chocolate. And Regina, You have been in your room for the last couple of hours making phone calls.
Not just phone calls, I had Dirk help me move something really heavy. I drank some wine. I didn't do anything this afternoon but mourn my shot husband and my loneliness.
Yeah.
I didn't do anything.
I know.
I stayed right here in this
I know.
apartment.
You've been here the entire time. I know it. And as you were there, just sort of by yourself, alone, with nothing going on in your life, there's that sort of light knock on the door.
Okay, I get up with my glass of wine and my kerchief and still since I guess I called downstairs and was like, I want a pet. And
you just yelled.
I yelled basically.
Yeah.
I yelled. Okay. So I get up and I go to the door. If there's a peephole, I'll check it before I open. If not, then I'll just, I'll swing the door open.
You're that woman, the maid.
Oh, yes.
You can see her face.
I crack the door open a little bit and play into the drama of my sadness.
And she's got the dinner cart with the multiple cloches.
Oh, yes. Bring it in. It looks like I'll be having dinner alone again.
And she wheels this cloche in, limping a little bit because she had hot scalding tea poured on her earlier. And she sort of wheels it in. And she sort of just moves it where she normally moves it. And she sort of curtsies to you.
Leave it. Just leave it.
She sort of nods and she goes, be sure to check the entire cart. And then she walks out.
I make a little bit of extra noise as the door opens up. So just in case somebody's passing by, they hear me in my horribly depressed, housewife state. And then I immediately, as soon as the door closes, I get up and I run over and I start checking cloches like a mad woman trying to find whatever she's left.
The cloches on top, lots of food.
Great.
And of course, you got it's the nice cart with the cloches on top with the big tablecloth that covers the
covers
whole
it.
thing,
Yeah,
right?
I rip the tablecloth off and I'm like, cloche, check it. I look in it. I do the next one. I'm like, where is the thing? What is it that I'm looking for?
Take the tablecloth off.
Yeah.
Underneath, there's a box.
Oh, great.
It's like a cardboard box that's, when a box has already been opened and you close it by folding the flaps in that kind of way.
Yeah.
It's
the crisscross pattern.
Mm-hmm,
yeah,
it's
I pull
so
it
big.
Yeah, I pull it off very quickly and
that's weird. That's weird.
What's wrong?
When you pull it out.
Oh.
Yeah.
What's weird about it?
There's weird balance stuff.
It's heavy?
Weird heavy. Like something's in there that is doesn't take up the whole box that moved.
Wait, it moved on its own?
Well, because you picked it up and it just
Yeah, it kind of tipped. Oh, I kind of pull it off into the floor and I grab, I don't know, of the bottle of wine nearby just in case, and I creak it open. What's in it?
2 eyes. There is a cat in that box. A kind of smallish cat. You had been yelling about needing a pet and all of that. You were quite vocal and loud about it. Everybody heard you on this floor. And in this box, there is this cat. And it has got...
What kind of cat? Is it like a tabby or a calico or black?
What does it look like?
Okay, so the cat looks a little...
Frieda finds out you have a cat, she's going to want a cat.
It's a little underfed. Clearly, this cat has been slightly smuggled in here. It's not like an official gift from the hotel.
We're like, oh my God, she's on a rampage. Somebody go get a street cat.
Somebody go get a cat, right? And so there's this cat that is just a little underfed. It is mostly gray, but it's got little specks of white in its fur. And it's got 2 little black
Does it
ears.
look feral?
No, it doesn't look feral. It looks like it has had a little bit of a hard life. you know, like but it looks pretty young. I would say it's like
Okay.
a couple months old.
Yeah. I like pick it up, Simba style, facing me, and I like hold it up and I go, you look like I feel.
It looks a little bedraggled is the best way to put it, right? It looks a little bedraggled.
I bet you could use a bath and maybe something to eat, and you're so cute. And I had this like moment where I'm like, I hate you so much. Like I would just want to slap your cute little furry. I just want to slap your cute furry face.
And the cat, your best guess would be that somebody had a litter of kittens.
Yeah.
They've had these kittens for like 2 to 3 months or so. And there's not a lot of food, right, in Paris at this moment, especially for these sorts of things. They probably allow their cats to hang outside as well, like outdoor cats.
Yeah. Cat
might have gotten to a fight or two. Again, not a lot of food. And they probably have too many cats, and you are a bit of a handful. So
gotcha.
This is a great opportunity to give a cat perhaps home to someone who clearly needs one, and this cat would have a little bit more food, right?
So yeah, I immediately like open up one of the cloches that probably has like a whole meat platter on it, knowing that nobody is going to eat this food because Oscar is currently fasting. Frieda is not living with us anymore, and Regina's far too drunk to be eating red meat. So she just puts this cat down like on the tray. It's like, go for it.
And the cat looks at you.
Eat, you idiot. Oh, if you don't eat, I'm going to put a baby bonnet on your head. Okay, fine. Maybe you like that. I apologize in advance for the state in which I'm going to have to keep you to make you a believable house pet. You understand, right? Okay. Well, at least Millie plays fetch. Are you just gonna sit there?
Not eating, just looking at you.
Okay. If I pull off a piece and like nibble it, and then I hold it out for her.
And the cat moves a little bit forward, sniffs, and then nibbles a little bit, and like eats it just from your fingers.
Okay. I get that you're clearly undercover and you want to be babied, and that's the whole point of this, but I can't feed you by hand every time you need to eat.
The cat looks at you.
Okay, now I will feed you by hand. But tomorrow, no more of this. See, we keep a straight face and say it. No more of this. This is nonsense.
And the cat will just take the food from your hand.
Great, yeah. I feed the cat until it seems,
And then
full.
there's a lot of licking of your fingers.
Yeah, great, wonderful. And I like pick it up, knowing it's probably got mites and all kinds of stuff on it. Take it straight to the tub, like wash it clean, dry her till she's a floof, and then I go through the baby gifts that Oscar's mother brought way back at Christmas. I would like to find like things that go around the neck, baby bonnets, booties, right? Things that could go on a cat, but also on a baby. Sans a diaper, I think that's a bit too far. And I go, I apologize in advance, and I like tie it on and booty it on.
Yep. And I believe this will be about when we take our break, because all three of our by the way, the cat is just kind of looking there with slightly flattened eyes, just looking.
And I like pick it up. I hold it like evil genius style, like evil. And so now anytime Regina opens the door, I will always have the babied cat. It will be part of the cover.
Oh,
Dressed up like a baby, right?
Yeah, this cat's like bonnet, grumpy
That's some
face.
like Alice in Wonderland.
That's some like
crazy shit.
Like whatever happened to Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf business right there. There's like some like Baby Jane business.
I wanted to almost like weird people out. I wanted to question whether or not they should have given her this cat at all, because she's clearly taking out her.
I don't think almost is going to be a part of it. It's going to weird people out.
And we're going to take our break at this moment. As
you know what? That is officially this cat's name. She's called Baby Jane.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
We'll call her Baby Jane. Thank you, Max.
Sure, Baby Jane. I love it. And this cat, Baby Jane, is clearly slightly traumatized and a little bit starved of affection. And
when nobody's looking, every once in a while, Regina like puts her face in its belly. It's like, it's so cute.
That's what I do whenever I see
So
cats that will
cute.
let me do that to them. So I understand.
Then she'll be like, "You'd never tell anybody that happened," you know.
And we're going to go to break with this because when we come back, I have a question for the players that I'm going to ask them when we're in break. That will. Yes. So I'm going to tell you some things when we get back because all of our heroes are converging back in this place. And we're going to find out some things when we return. And so I would like you all to stretch your legs, drink something. We're going to be listening to the French resistance radio propaganda again. But first, a word from our sponsor.
This is London, the French speaking to the French. Before we begin, please listen to some personal messages. Gabrielle sends you her regards. The eyes are open. I repeat, the eyes are open. And now, a word from our sponsors. We give a special greetings to the bookkeeper, who has recently been promoted to one of the lead editors of the underground newspaper Défense de la France. The bookkeeper has been chronicling the triumphs of the resistance and the failures of the occupiers and collaborators for years. Without the dedication of the bookkeeper, the resistance wouldn't be able to have had the successes they've had. Thank you for your continued service, bookkeeper. Vive la résistance! Ici Londres, les Français parlent aux Français. Avant de débuter, écoutons quelques messages personnels. Gabriel vous envoie ses amitiés. Les yeux sont ouverts. Je répète, les yeux sont ouverts. Et maintenant, un mot de nos commanditaires. Nous voulons envoyer nos plus sincères salutations à The Bookkeeper, qui a récemment été promu éditeur en chef du journal clandestin Défense de la France. The Bookkeeper a ainsi fait la chronique des triomphes de la résistance et des échecs de l'occupant et de leurs collaborateurs pendant des années. Sans le dévouement de The Bookkeeper, la résistance n'aurait pu avoir eu le succès qu'elle connaît. Merci, Bookkeeper, pour vos bons et loyaux services. Vive la résistance!
The United States government presents This is Our Enemy. Tonight, a united nation goes forward with the determination to win this war and bring about a just and enduring peace. But we cannot win our war or make our peace unless we understand the character of the enemy we're fighting. That's why your government is bringing these programs to you. Later, we'll hear from Richard de Rochemont, authority on the European underground movement. This is a program of truth. This is the truth about our enemy. For those who suffer and bleed at the hands of our enemy, the world enemy, there is one voice which has always spelled hope. Hope even in the midst of despair. Hope for a better world. Hope for a peace with justice. Hope for victory. On a day in June 1940 in a small French village, a man and a woman, Dr. Gaston Durand and his wife Françoise, sat huddled before their radio. This was a critical time. The Germans had broken through at Sedan, and the French army was falling back in complete disorder. On this very day, in France's most defenseless moment, Italy had declared war. Yet, to these two people, the voice coming from the radio offered hope and faith.
In our unity, in our American unity, we will pursue two obvious and simultaneous courses. We will extend to the opponents of force the material resources of this nation.
Listen, Francoise, the American president.
Roosevelt?
Roosevelt.
And at the same time, we will harness and speed up the use of those resources in order that we ourselves in the Americas may have equipment and training equal to the task of any emergency and every defense.
Francoise, they will help. They will come.
All roads leading to the accomplishment of these objectives must be kept clear of obstructions. We will not slow down or detour. Signs and signals call for speed. Full speed ahead.
You hear, Francoise? You hear what the American president has said?
Yes, Gaston, yes. Brave words and promises. But it's almost over. And this time the Americans did not come.
But they will. They must. We were allies before.
How can you still have such hopes? After Dunkirk? No, it is over.
But the American
It is too
president...
late. The Boches are almost in Paris. No, Gaston. I have only one hope left. That Jean will come home alive. Perhaps they will at least spare us our son.
What life could there be for him in a France that was not French?
A France that was not French? Well, how could that be? Yes, they will probably take Alsace and Lorraine. And France will be poor, that without doubt. But we lost in 1870, and that was not the end.
In 1870, we did not lose to the Nazis. The Poles, they have lost to the Nazis. And look at them. No, no, no. I could wish that Jean not come back at all, if it is to such a life.
How can you say that? Oh, you are hard.
Oh, no, my dear, no. But we shall not lose. We shall fight on somehow. And the Americans will come one day. Hitler is their enemy, too. They will come, and we must help. No, no, do not despair for our France, my Francoise. One day they will come, the Americans. You will see.
That was June 1940. An unprepared America did not come. The Germans overran all France. This was the new order, the master race. Frenchmen became little better than slaves. 2 years passed. By 1942, the Durand, Gaston, Françoise, and their son Jean faced nothing but a hopeless gray eternity under the Nazi heel.
No, it is no use. One won't be able to hear London tonight. It must be the weather.
Oh, I'll feel better if you don't. They're worse than ever about listening to the foreign radio. Whoever thought it would be like this?
Not you, certainly. They will take Alsace and Lorraine, you said.
Well, at least Jean came home. He might have been taken prisoner and still be in Germany.
Who isn't a prisoner now? Occupied France. But I did want news from London. The Americans are doing such things, Francoise. They have established themselves there in the Solomon Islands, miles and miles from home.
Gaston, these old wild hopes. So the Americans have an island in the Pacific Ocean. What has that to do with us? What can even your Americans do against the Nazis if they must fight the Japanese half a world away?
Don't you understand, Francoise? This is a new kind of war. There is no front anymore like the last time. Everywhere is a front. The Solomon Islands, Stalingrad, the air over London. even a little town in Normandy like this.
Look, my poor Gaston. The Americans have been in the war almost a year. Remember when you heard the news, you were so excited? You thought they would land the next week. But how has it helped us? I ask you. Has it changed anything for us?
But they will come, Francoise. The American president...
Yes, Gaston. Yes. Jean didn't say when he'd be home.
No.
Where does that boy go? If I ask him, he just grows irritable.
Who can blame him? No regular work, not enough to eat like the rest of us. Nothing to look forward to.
At least he's safe.
Ah, but is this a life for him, Francoise? A provincial doctor's son living with his parents. No future, no opportunities. No, it is as I said, a France that is not French. There is nothing for him while it remains so. He could have a job, yes. He could go to Germany and work for them. But he would rather starve first.
I know, he's your son. But what does he do? He slips in and out, is gone for more than a day sometimes, but he won't say anything. Jean, is that you?
Yes, Mama. Good evening, Papa.
You're hungry, Jean. I can get you something?
Thank you, Mama. That would be welcome. But something quite simple.
What else could it be in these days? Why, one stands in line for hours just to get the cookie egg.
Papa.
Yes, Jean?
Papa, there's something you can do. Something only you can do. Don't ask me how I know. It's better if I don't say.
I haven't asked. You have been away a great deal. I wondered about you, of course.
We know just when one of their munitions trains will come through. All the plans are made.
I don't know much about such matters, but doesn't one need equipment, explosives?
Everything is arranged, I tell you.
Then what can I do?
Well, you know they watch us like hawks, all of us. Especially us younger ones who are in the army. If we make a move or go only to a neighboring town, they stop and search us if we carry even a parcel.
Yes?
But with you, it's different. You're a doctor. You carry a little black bag everywhere. You come and you go from village to village.
Oh, I see.
Papa, a man in Saint-Clotilde-des-Bois has stolen a little dynamite. He's afraid to deliver it to us. Any of us would be stopped and searched. But you... Father, will you?
Perhaps this man in Saint-Clotilde-des-Bois, perhaps he is ill, huh? Or his wife is ill?
Oh, Father, I knew.
A routine call to a sick
Yes,
patient.
that's it.
With my little black bag, naturally.
Yes, all quite normal. No one would suspect a thing.
And what then? How do I deliver the...
When you get back, you'll stop at the Leon door for a brandy.
Perhaps rather a glass of vermouth at 5:30 or so, as is my custom.
Good. If for some reason your mission hasn't been successful, don't stop at the Leon door. But if you do stop there for a vermouth, one will know you have the dynamite in your bag. You'll tie up the horses in the carriage shed behind the Leon door. Leave your little bag in the carriage. When you come back, the black bag will still be there. But it will be empty.
Wouldn't it be safer if I delivered it directly?
No. It'll be better if you don't know to whom it is delivered. This involves several people, naturally. If one doesn't know, then not even by chance or in a dream, not even if the worst happens and the Nazis should try to persuade you. They have ways. You understand?
Yes, it is better. It will be better if I know nothing.
Then tomorrow you'll call on a patient in Saint-Clotilde-des-Bois. You will receive a call to come. It'll all be quite regular.
No.
Francoise.
No, you will not do it.
I thought you were out...
No, I listened. I sneaked back and listened. I will not let you do it. Throw away your lives for nothing.
It's not for nothing, Mother. A whole munitions train. Supplies that can't be replaced. The work of many Germans for many days.
Jean is right, Francoise. You did not feel this way when he went to war. Sorrow and worry, yes, I felt that no less than you. Still, it was for France. And this is for France. A whole munitions train. It is a big thing. A soldier, a good soldier, could fight through a whole war and not accomplish half so much.
During the war, yes, when there was some chance of success. Now what can you do? The Nazis will shoot 100 or 200 or 500 Frenchmen, all for nothing. They will send another munition train. Do you think the Nazis will go back across the Rhine and return our country to us because they have lost one munitions train?
But, Mama, you don't understand. It's not just us. It isn't just one train. It's many people all over France, all over the world, Mama, who are fighting the Nazis. They're our allies, and one day they'll get to us. But we must be their allies, weakening the enemy as much as we can.
We work together, all of us.
You think the Americans will come the next day because you destroy a train? Oh, you're as naive as your father.
No, Mama, I don't think the Americans will come the next day. But if the train is destroyed, perhaps the Americans can come 1 day sooner. 1 day sooner for 40 million people of France. 40 million days sooner.
I won't let you. I know about this now, and I won't let you. I'll tell.
If you do, Francoise, they will simply shoot us.
Oh. I know. I know I can do nothing. You will listen to no reason. You insist in believing in your miracles that will never happen. Don't you know the age of miracles is past? Listen to me, Jean. You were only a baby. You could not know, but when the other American president, Wilson, came to France, we all believed in miracles. There was not a woman in all France who had not lost a man. When the American president came, the peasant women, every one of them in black, lined the railway tracks where his train would pass. They stayed there silently all night, on their knees. Think of everything that has happened since then. And you still believe the Americans will come again?
Yes, Francoise. Our enemy is their enemy. The Americans will come again.
And so?
And so, tomorrow I will call on a patient in Saint-Clotilde-des-Bois.
Good evening, Dr. Durand.
Good evening, Monsieur Simonet.
The usual.
If you please.
Fortunately, I do not have to disappoint you. Yet. Our national guests, if I may so refer to them, have not yet been with us long enough to acquire a taste for our French vermouth. Consequently, we still have a little on hand. I cannot say as much for our champagnes and our brandies.
I suppose we should be gratified that our national guests approve of what we have to offer.
Oh, indeed so, Dr. Durand. They so approve that they help themselves before any offer is made. The dirty Boche.
Be careful. I think 2 of our uniformed national guests are about to enter your establishment, Monsieur Simonet.
The filth.
Watch your tongue. Yes, watch that tongue, Monsieur Simonet. A coated tongue, that is a bad sign. One of nature's warnings.
We left our motorcycle in your carriage shed. Of course, you'll be responsible for its safety.
It will be quite safe there, I assure monsieur.
She wants it to be a little bit.
We're in, by the way. I just pressed the button, so I was like, oh no, hi everybody. How are you all? Welcome back to the second part of episode 15, City of Light and Shadow, title yet to be determined. By the way, I'm going to read out our donations at the end. I did have a question for our players, which was, when did they want to open our curtain back again? And we are going to open our curtain on Sunday, April the 26th.
Yeah, okay.
At what, 6 in the morning?
Yeah, that's push-up time. That's real breakfast.
Yes, push-ups for breakfast. About 6 in the morning on Sunday, where I believe we will have our trio eating breakfast together. The prince has not really been around. It seems as if they have pulled him on some kind of publicity tour.
He's gonna hate that.
He's been, like, from what you can tell, he's over in Marseille, right, doing some broadcasts from there. They're sort of touring him around France to go and give a lot of broadcasts about how great France and Germany's relationship is, and how terrible the British are. And there's, like, he's been pulled away, and he's been gone for the past few days. He didn't really get a chance to even really, like, you heard about it on the news, of course.
What else have we heard on the news?
Yeah, we're gonna do this. I'll tell you something, and you can tell me something.
Okay.
You have heard nothing on the news.
Oh, interesting.
At all. Nothing. Zero things on the news. There has been no news. Nothing has happened on the news. At all. No news. Nothing. Zero. Absolutely no news.
I would tell everybody what Regina.
But you don't actually know everything now because there's been no news.
That's true. Then I would not. I'd be like, oh, I spent the day inside making phone calls and brunch for reservations.
I mean, you made phone calls, but you don't know. And here's the thing: you don't actually know if anybody followed up on it because there has been no news.
That's okay. Regina it's out there. Regina, it's just out there. Regina knows. I don't think then if nothing has come of it, she listens to the radio constantly. But if nothing has come of it,
it's just on
constantly on. Like Regina is always listening. But if nothing's come of it, then I probably don't tell them what I did. Yeah.
And I'm gonna say nothing has been on the news. Nothing has been on the news.
If you don't say what you've done, then Frieda's definitely gonna bring up Marie.
Not just about. Okay.
Nothing has been on the news. There has been nothing in the news at all. At all.
Okay.
Zero news. Nothing has been reported. Like, very, like, vague and, like, banal things have been reported. Like, oh, there's, like, a flower thing, and you can go to the gardens, and, yeah, a lot of, like, everything is fine. Nothing strange is happening. Let me see. There would have been, I mean, there is news. Absolutely, there's news.
What's the hot goss?
Oh, gosh. From between Thursday and Sunday, because that's important, you would have gotten some news about how the Germans are now doing bombing, are doing a brand new round of bombs on the UK. Very successful bombs. A bombing program called the Baedeker raids, where they're bombing all of the picturesque tourist places of England to destroy all those places that matter to England. So they are
kill their culture.
Yes, kill their culture. So they're bombing Exeter, Bath, Norwich, York. They're just like all the places that are like the places that are picturesque are like they're not going for like military targets, they're going for civilian targets that matter to England, and they're just all the places that are like those places like, oh, you know what's really great? That town is such a wonderful town and we should go there and see it. They're just bombing all of that. So they've been talking about how great that's been going. That's in the news. There's been some reports about how the cowardly British bombed Rostock terribly, but of course it's fine. The damage is not too bad.
It was really bad.
It was really bad.
It was really bad. That's a lie.
Yeah, that is a lie.
There's the meta voice from history knowledge.
Yeah, it was real bad. The bombing of Rostock was real bad, but the news in Paris say it wasn't that bad. It was, it was their sort of puny attempt to try to get back
retribution,
yeah. But it's embarrassing, and it's being bombed every night actually, and Rostock, and it's not great for them. But between Thursday and Sunday, because we're starting Sunday morning, it's just general like international news. There's a news about there's going to be some news about the film, that there's been some gossip about the film, and somebody on set saw some dance numbers, and it's gonna be very exciting. There's just like it's I don't know how to say it. It's just really everything's fine. Nothing weird has happened. There's been no reports of any kind of violence of any sort in the city, and everything seems pretty fine. And none of you have heard from any of your friends, the Jägers. But Marie is in the hospital.
We did hear that.
Oh, it's not reported. But and of course the problem is she can't actually contact you all, because that is not doable.
Right.
But she's in the hospital at the moment, recovering, and she you would actually find out probably that she's fine when some flowers are delivered to the hotel from her Saturday night is when that would come in, because that's when she gets back from the hospital. So you get basically some flowers from Marie letting you know that she is safe because the flowers have been sent, but there is absolutely no news. Very exciting. There's going to be an event to the public. Well, public,
to the public,
acceptable public.
Yes. Yeah. On the 15th of May, there's going to be an exhibition at the L'Orangerie, which is this beautiful sort of gardens with a palace, and it's Hitler's favorite sculptor, Arno Brecker, is going to be having a whole exhibition. There's going to be a whole exhibition of all these really great sculptures by Arno Brecker, who's Hitler's favorite sculptor, and it's going to be a big deal, and everyone's really excited for this big event on the 15th of May. But there's a lot of police presence, generally speaking. And that's, by the way, what I'm going to say is the news that does not include Sunday's news. Sunday's news you have not heard yet. That's going to be a thing I'm going to note for important reasons. Because you may listen to the news on Sunday, but this is right now just the stuff from Friday, Saturday.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any questions about those 2 days?
I don't think so. Y'all get to meet the cat.
Can I ask, just sort of montage-y style?
Yeah.
What are you all doing in those 2 days?
If Frieda is able to sneaky on out.
She's all over you like white on rice, as my mother would say.
Okay. Then she does it.
And she also keeps you a little busy, as it turns out.
I bet she does.
Yeah, she has scheduled a nice lunch for you on Friday, where you're mostly there. It's like it's not anything actually exciting, or it's like a kind of like a publicity lunch, like where you're there. There are a number of other kinds of sort of celebrities sitting at one of the
publicity lunches. They're totally
right.
I'm just familiar.
And it's just like some photographs, right?
Oh, she's incredibly stylish and pleasant and present and sweet.
And she's also scheduled.
Frieda will use this opportunities to schmooze.
Oh, absolutely. She also schedules you to go see a show Saturday night. Which also ends up being publicity, right? Like, she takes you to the.
But was the show any good?
It was fine. Do you know what I mean? It was.
Okay.
It was I
have to ask.
Yeah, it was fine. But she got you box seats, right? So
that's nice. She kicked her feet up a little bit.
Yeah, it's like it was an opera. It was an opera that you were sort of invited to. You're not married, so you don't have a +1. She didn't get you one, but like a box seat in the evening.
It's fine.
And so she's quite present whenever you're needing to go out on official business. And she doesn't, as your attache, she wouldn't need to like go out for other reasons, except that she's also kind of weirdly your secretary. And if you need anything, she's just also just going to be there for you.
Yeah. Lots of baby stuff.
Yeah.
Gotta get ready.
Yeah.
Because she has told everyone her due date's a little later than it is.
Yeah.
For
for twins.
Multiple reasons.
Yeah.
Multiple reasons. So she's 31 weeks pregnant.
Yep.
She's probably said she's a couple weeks ahead of that.
There's also just like a little bit of
so we've only got like 2 months left. She's like telling people, so we've got like 2 months max.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of news about you in the news, right? Because like
wonderful.
there's been a lot of publicity going on, right? Like
I'm back in the
and she notes how many people want to meet you and have dinners with you and want to invite you to things, and she's telling you that she's not overworking it or overtaxing you, that she's like turned down a number of things.
Oh, that's good, because Freida's definitely going to play up the pregnant tired pregnant lady aspect.
Sometimes I think probably on Friday,
partially because she is
right.
Yeah,
I think you probably actually have, I would say, Saturday night. I think both of the Jägers would have also been invited to see Carmen, right? That Saturday night show.
Did they show up?
Did our Jägers show up?
Did they show up to the performance of Carmen? Frieda does like Carmen. It's an okay rendition, but did the Jägers show up? Because she needs to apologize to Elias for missing their lunch on Friday afternoon.
I'm sorry, I meant the Leixners is what I meant, not the Jägers. I meant the Leixners. Because the Leixners are famous.
Do the Jägers attend? Because why wouldn't they have been invited?
They do not.
Interesting.
They do not. But I will say, the Leixners are invited to go and see the opera.
I imagine I would.
Would Holgar go?
Absolutely.
Are there important people here?
It's this is like it's a really nice opera. So you guys are in a box. And box seats are one of those things where like it's you in your box, you three.
Right.
So you can see the opera and the crowd, and people can see you as being important people. Although if you sort of recede into your box, they can't see you. But like you're like the whole point of those boxes are to be on display because they were for nobles, to be like, we're so important.
You know what? I imagine because everybody knows that Regina Leixner is an art historian, that she would take this event very seriously. She would have opera glasses and she would dress to the nine, and it would be like she would probably scoff at people that would dare talk. It would be a very privileged, she would treat it as a very privileged event, just to lean into the cover a little bit.
And there's a whole, discuss that maybe Strauss and we'll do an opera. So there's like, it's a lot of like, a lot of influential people who are influential within like a lot of rich Parisians, a lot of Nazis hanging out, doing business with each other as if everything is fine. Standing around in tuxedos.
We're the coolest people here. Right?
Yeah, right. You know what I mean? Like it's one of these things where you could think even that there was not it's like it's as if this weren't even an occupied place, as if nothing has changed, as if everything is fine, except that of course there's a lot of German opera, and also now all of a sudden things are done in like the German font, and like everything is now sort of being sort of framed in this particular, and there are people in Nazi uniforms everywhere, right? Like it's this kind of thing where everyone's acting like it's fine, but it feels. There's a kind of I mean, people see you, like, Susanna Abetz is of course there, with her husband.
While I'm there, can we make a date for brunch or lunch or something for Sunday?
Yes, of course. And now I know that you all tend to go to church pretty late. So when would it be like? When would you want to meet with her?
Like late lunch, like afternoon tea, perhaps. Afternoon tea is always a good time.
It works.
And she, of course, would say yes.
That gives us plenty of time to do stuff in the morning.
Yep.
And it's one of those things where I will say something I would note is that there's something about this that I'm going to need a roll from each one of you.
Okay.
A vibe check roll.
I love vibe checks.
Depending on what kind of skill you want to use to check the vibes.
Uh-huh.
Well, I get the feeling that this event, like you said, it looks normal. It's just like it's meant to look like everything is normal when everything is not normal. So that this kind of event is a deception.
So I want to know what skill you'd like to roll.
Deceive. Can I roll deceive to see if this whole event is a deception to hide other things? I could also do awareness. It's just not as good. Well, let's see what I've got.
That would be different. Like awareness would give you different kind of information, right, than deception. It's a different question. Do you know what I mean? Like awareness is about,
I get
like,
a +2 to
seeing.
overcome actions when I'm using rapport, when I'm dealing with Susanna Betz and her court.
This is a discover, basically.
It's a discover action.
Kind of like a general discover. And it's about
I'd like to use empathy as a discover action while I'm schmoozing with the crowd.
Yes.
Okay.
I would like to use rapport if
I was thinking I'm going to use rapport as well, which means I can use my deceive for being a good German.
Yep. And so this is about, with rapport, it's going to be what kind of things do you get from schmoozing? Do you know what I mean? Like what kind of things do you get from like convivialness?
Oh, a 4 across the 4.
Oh, yeah, I click it.
Wait.
Oh, that's a terrible roll for me.
Okay.
Superb.
Rapport.
Not unfortunately, Frieda is
tired,
busy. People are talking to you quite a lot, right? You're doing a lot of this kind of social labor that you do.
Emotionally exhausted.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I can get a question from each of our listeners who do not get as much hounding as our celebrity, right? Like, well, no, but also you're a celebrity, so everyone's like. Right in your space, so there's a way in which there's a certain kind of overviews that you can't necessarily get because people are in your face all the time. But I'll get a question from our listeners about this sort of vibe.
If pictures are being taken for the press, can Oscar and I attempt to get one of those pictures where we prove once again that like he's here, but it's like at an odd angle where it looks like him, but it's not him, so his family is not questioning things again? They don't just show up.
Now I'll say that they're not necessarily going to take photos of you two.
Yeah, but we're like walking in with Frieda, I imagine. So like we'll be in the background. Can we plant a photo bomb basically to once again prove he's here?
That would be deception.
Can I get help from Oscar on that front?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I help too?
Yes.
I mean, do you want me? I don't know what your deception is. Mine's a 5. If you, I don't know.
They're liars.
Okay,
then you take my bonus for setting up the
Can
shot.
we both assist?
Yes, absolutely.
For +2. There you go.
Do it.
No, I said that, and Roll20's been my super good friend tonight. So it's a 6.
Yes,
so. With a +2. Yeah, 6 is great.
So like there's like a in passing, right? Like just like the corner of
just a little blurred Oscar's face, but it's just enough to convince people it's actually Holgar.
He's
maybe
smoking
Regina.
Nazi style. So
the weird like. I'd like a question from both of our listeners about this event. that you get for like schmoozing. You know what I mean? Like, because you're gonna be schmoozing in the intermission, right? Like there's like a whole
That's what intermission was made for.
It's for schmoozing, right?
We
There's
had
like
a bathroom break for Frieda.
And probably there's also probably like a bit of a party afterwards in one of the restaurants that's like maybe even the restaurant at the ground floor of the Majestic, because it's a very expensive restaurant hotel, right?
What is this event distracting from?
Nothing really. It's not being put
or
on
covering.
No, this is the life. I mean, you could say if you want to be philosophical about it, you could say the cover and the
distracting from the war.
It's distraction from the war is good, but I suppose better the occupation, right?
Yeah,
it's
trying to make French people not be concerned.
Yes, it's a bit of a reward, right? It's trying to let you know that everything is normal, that things are back. Everything's back to business, which means you can still go off to your events. You can still see people. You can still be seen. You can still go and have a business deal at intermission. That there's nothing that hey, 1%, if you want to continue having your 1% life, you can continue to have your little 1% life under occupation. It will nothing that's happening will disrupt your 1% life, which means it should be fine that you have a fascist occupying force, and also that your government's now fascist too. So that should be fine. There's a whole kind of like a sort of like the kind of the ways in which capitalist industry is being reminded and reminded that they actually are not that far from fascism anyway, and that this is actually quite fine and good. Like this is like a good, nice, lovely moment, right? It's about a kind of it's a seduction, as it were, right? It's a bit of a seduction rather than a cover.
Okay. A seduction, not a cover.
Yes.
Okay. That's very that is very telling. That answered my question.
Yeah, that's the way I would put it. It's a seduction, not a cover.
Oscar, what you got?
What you got?
I like to do a little something different. He is going to take this time to not only read the room, but also he wants to, in particular, read the people down in the cheap seats. No, they're not cheap, but down in the lower level. And what he wants to do is he wants to see if there's anybody 20 to 23, same height, build as Isolde. And he is going to be very rude, because Holgar would be very rude, and he is going to back box it, where you sit with your back to the kind of what would be like the footwell of the box, and you are not facing the stage. So he's waiting for the lights of the stage to illuminate the audience, so he can watch and see who's interacting with the show, who's engaged, but at the same time kind of trying to suss out one of those, someone that fits that bill.
Yeah. That's easily done. So what I would tell you is when you're sussing out the cheap seats, not that cheap, for that kind of a vibe, the people, like you're thinking about the people there, right? I would notice a couple of things that you would notice. One, you're a performer, usually on the stage. But there is a kind of rhythm of society. And by society, I mean society, not people. I mean like the rich, the wealthy, the people who are to be seen and to be seen. And your presence is normal. In the sense that there is an expectation that these are the things that you would be doing, and you are now doing them. And there's a kind of a pleasantness about people. Whether they like you or not isn't the point, right? Because it's not about necessarily about you as individuals, but it's about you as symbolic people, that what you do is you go out and you participate, right? You participate in the normalization of this world. And your presence is something that does not cause stress or distress, right? It's just like you're part of society. You're part of this society, this rich world. And, you hear people talking about, oh, my stocks are up, or this is what's happening. And it's just kind of like there's a bit of a stir because people tend to kind of are gravitating around Frieda, generally speaking, and people are kind of excited about that. And I think that she's probably actually taken on a tour backstage at some point in time. She doesn't get to have the same kind of freedom of movement necessarily, because people are very excited about bringing her backstage and having her meet people. There's like a little that kind of a thing. People
especially because it was an opera.
Because it's an opera, people shout her out. And it's kind of like a bit of a schmoozing where she's being used as for clout, but also they want to impress her. Like it's like, that kind of stuff going on. But there's a way in which your presence is this kind of normal thing, and there's a kind of a relaxation. And as you're in this space, you can tell from your rapport that the kind of there are guards and there are soldiers, right? Who many of the people here have retinues of bodyguards, but you notice that in this space the bodyguards recede, right? This is a place where having too many very visible people with guns would mess up the vibe, right? And so while you know that you have like Clements and you've got the people and they've got people, and certainly Susanna Betts and her husband's got people, none of those people are really present. So as you're scanning the cheap seats, you don't actually see lots of guards. You might have a couple guards out in the lobby, right? Maybe one or two but when you're inside this place, it's like you're in a dream where nothing has changed and nothing is happening, nothing is bad. And there's a way in which the lack of oversight is on purpose so that you can keep that rapport, right? That kind of feeling of normalcy. So all of the kind of heavy security, which is certainly happening outside of the theater, is not happening in this space. And as you're looking at your rapport, you notice a real lack of I don't want to say lack of security, because this place is secure. They just like went through this entire opera house with a fine-tooth comb before you all got here. And that there is security, but you all are surprisingly not watched. You're only watched in that kind of famous person, like, oh, here we are at this event kind of a way, because you just don't want to upset the French people so much with all that. So you notice that. You notice that a lot of the people in the cheap seats are, some of them seem to you to be, from the way that they're interacting, as being opera lovers. There are a number of opera lovers who are here because they love the art and they're really excited to see it. But there are a lot of people here who are strivers, right? Who are hoping that they can meet people who are important in the intermission. There's a lot of strivers. And there are also clearly people who are, like, it's that sort of mix of artists, art lovers, and strivers who are sort of in this place. And you get a sense that this is probably going to happen also next week and the week after, right? It's a kind of like you can see before you an unending amount of entertainment, right? To keep business going. Yeah. And do you see someone who fits Isolde's sort of build, height, and general look? Yes. Hair's a little off, right? Hair's a little darker. She would need to have her hair bleached and dyed. But there are these three young women, and they are dressed a little bit older than they are, right? Like you can see them in probably borrowed furs, right? Like a nice fur stole. Like the makeup's a little bit off in terms of a little bit too heavy. And they are not the best seats. They don't have the best sight lines. There's like a pole in their way a little bit. But they are just super giddy to be here, right? It's like kind of like their fancy night out with their friends. You kind of imagine them like maybe like college students on a night out together, that kind of a thing, enjoying. And they seem to be, from your rapport, enjoying themselves, a little excited. They don't seem as if they get to do this often, right? Like it seems a little new and fresh for them, but they also seem to be like people who are into the art rather than the strivers, right? They seem to be there because they're really excited to speak for the show, and you notice it because they're not looking at everybody else, they're looking at the show, and that is what I would say that you notice. And Frieda, you are everywhere. Like, you do not get to sit down a lot, except for when the show's on, because they want you backstage, they want you upstage, they want to invite you to, you know, there's like a lot of, probably they're probably like angling to see if you might want to perform after you give birth. You know what I mean? It's kind of like a, they're wanting to set the ground rules, right?
Oh yeah. Frieda knows the best, right? She knows what it's about. She does her job. She does what she's supposed to.
Mm-hmm. And it's a good show. It's a good show. And everyone is having a good time. And everybody's drinking. And it doesn't feel stressed. It might feel a little bit like fiddling during the last days of Rome, perhaps, but it does not feel stressed, right? And your attache is not up in your face. Because that might be... She's not super weird. Far away, right?
Of course not. Yeah.
But she clearly has to give you a bunch of space. And but your guards are not there at all. She's the only person.
The only one. It's like having a guard there. I know this woman is.
Yes.
A bodyguard.
Yes, she is a bodyguard. But she is mostly kind of giving you space because, right, the optics would be a little bit weird if she was too much in your business.
Would be, wouldn't it?
Although she's trying to make sure that it looks very friendly between you two, so it gets less weird as time goes on for her to get closer and closer.
Freida's incredibly friendly with this woman. It's only awkward for her.
Yeah, no, she just wants to get good sight lines. You know what I mean? And it's this sort of event where it's awesome. And there's like a reception with food, and afterwards they're going to invite everybody who's anybody to go to the big hotel at the Majestic and get a lot of food and drink and like just have a great time. And meanwhile, there's a lot of bombing going on somewhere else, but I think it's great. And I don't know how you all are feeling about all that, but it's a good show.
Tired.
Like I said, Regina's she's got to just play the part. She's got to care and think it's perfect and play into the social aspect, and then go home and cry in her cat's belly. You know what I mean?
Oscar, what about you?
He wants to get word to now. Do the 3 college people, university, or do they look the same, or just one of them match the description? Are they like one of those groups that everybody sort of looks the same? They have the same hair, the same, as is throughout the decades.
Yeah. Sure. Except that one is not pulling it off as good as the others. You know what I mean? Like, it's sort of those things where like they've got a similar look because they're a clique, but there's always that one that's just a little bit like nose a little bit off. It doesn't quite have it. Like, it just stands up just a little bit, but they've got a little bit of but they're a bit of clones of each other in a way, right?
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Photography question then. Motion picture question. Shot from mid to long.
Yeah.
Dress the part. Could they pull off a side or back of a soul? Like all 3 of them.
1, not as much. 2 of the 3, 1 really well. She have to dye her hair, but she'd do really well. The second would be okay. Like, like if the first one said, I don't want to do it, the second one you could do, but you'd have to shoot around her a little bit more. The first one you could shoot around her a lot less because she does a much better job. The third one, I wouldn't do it. The third one might think that she has that look because the thing is, Isolde had a really nice classic, classic cool femme fatale kind of a look that like is a really classic but still a little bit innocent, like a nice, like a very. She had a bit of a movie star look, even though she was theater. And one of them just does not have it. One of them has it, but is close. If you
it's a spectrum.
Yes, it's a spectrum is what you've got. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He's going to make sure that a note is sent from Holger Leichner, director of motion pictures and extravaganzas, for the 3 of them. To show up at the studio
Monday morning,
following week, or
and of course, if you watch them when they get this note, they are clearly super excited. Like, it's one of those things like you can see them all tittering and twittering amongst themselves and like looking around to figure out where they could see you, but of course they don't they don't see you because you're way up in the box. But you can tell.
One of them's like, oh my gosh, I told you guys we had to come here tonight.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like we're gonna be
worth not
discovered.
Getting new shoes or whatever to get
Absolutely.
No, it's more like spinning to the one girl. And I told you all we needed to be seen, and you said we shouldn't come.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know if you're paying attention near the end of the evening as people are moving out of the opera, but in the lobby there is how do you put this? A little bit of tarrying. You know what I mean? Like they get to the lobby before everyone else does. And they're going to stay as late as everyone else, as later than everyone else, and they're just going to be chatting in a conspicuous way, looking as good as they can. And like one of them is going to be like singing a little bit of like leader just to herself loud enough that if somehow Holgar Leixner, the director, happened to walk by, would hear how talented they were. And like you've already given them invitations, they don't need to do that, but it's that kind of little extra like
he's gonna walk right up to him.
And they're like
did you get to my notes?
We
Monday. And he walks up.
And they were just like, you can see all the lines that they had practiced, they forgot, and then they were trying to remember what they were, but then you walked off, and they are just sort of like a little bit stunned, and then you can hear them like scream in the background, like just like ah! Right, and just like just as these three young women sort of like head out into the night, and it's like the best night for so many people, because everything is fine now. Everything is fine.
Not these people.
Yeah. Regina, what have you done on Friday and Saturday as well? I mean, you've got this event.
Yeah, the event. I would go to the event. I would have checked with Susanna Betts, and then I would have made a call to the front desk. A call to the front desk to assure that I would have tickets to any and all of the public art showings, as well as the private ones.
And the front desk is like, who's like a French civilian, right? Who's like, I can make sure that we get you tickets to the public events. I am not privy to all the private events. I cannot.
Then you should find someone who is, and let them know that Regina Leixner, the art historian, is asking for private tickets to what I know is going to be multiple art showings in the city. If they have any questions, you can forward them to my room. Is it that right, baby Jane?
I feel like this is a request that you should put forward through the Rosenberg Institute.
I should put in to the Rosenberg Institute.
Yes, oui.
You can't put it into the Rosenberg Institute.
I am.
Send me to the operator and put me through to the Rosenberg Institute.
Oui. And you hear like a click. You can hear right like patch cords being moved, and you hear an operator saying, "1 moment, I'm patching you through. 1 moment." And then you hear like the little click, 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 and then after a moment you hear a voice, just sort of in this moment, saying, "Einsatzstab, Reichsleiter Rosenberg."
This is Regina Leixner. I would like to speak to someone about acquiring tickets to the upcoming art events in town. Regina Leixner?
You hear a little scribbling. Any events are quite private and exclusive. And this, by the way, is in German, this conversation.
Of course, the whole thing. And I go, I understand this matter, but I am, in fact, one of the top female historians in all of Germany, and art historians, and I request a couple tickets for myself and my friends, including the German Nightingale. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you scribble that one down. Shall we try again? You can have them call me directly here at the hotel if they have any questions.
Love to see the note that they're actually writing down. So hear the pencil scribble.
I'm going to need a roll from you.
Okay.
It's going to be rapport.
Okay, great. Since I am presenting myself as a good German
Mm-hmm.
to another German.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to roll it as a deceive.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 4 great. I will take that.
And you hear a little bit of scribbling, right? And this person says, I'm going to take a note of your name. If you could please have sent over by courier your qualifications, that would be excellent. And
yes, of course.
We'd like to know where you got your... I'll pass along to my director where you got your art historian degree, all of your qualifications.
Oh, do not worry. You do not have to give me the rundown. I will send over everything I have, and I promise you it will be plenty. Oh, did I mention my husband?
No.
Oh, let me start again. I am Regina Leixner.
All right.
Leixner.
All right.
Who is making the famous film.
All right.
He is my husband. He will also be attending.
All right.
If you don't say something other than all right the next time, I will assure you I will follow up and speak to your manager.
Listen, Frau Leixner, I'm sure you and your husband, Mr. Leixner, are very lovely people. If you would just send over your qualifications to my director, then we will look into it and we'll see if there's work for you.
Wonderful. And if you don't follow up with me, I will send Hogar Leixner to your door myself.
Of course, that's wonderful. We don't actually have that many jobs open for you at this moment, but we're always happy to hear about...
I don't want a job. I want an invitation to the private art events that I know are coming to this town. Do you want to know why I know? Because all the rumor has it that Goering is going to be passing through Paris.
I'm sorry.
And you know what that means?
I'm sorry.
Oh, wait, I'm sure you don't, because you have no idea what I'm talking about. Simply make sure that I have 3 tickets in my name, or you can put them in their name. Holgar Leixner, Nightingale of Berlin.
Yes, we know the Nightingale of Berlin. Your name exactly, you mentioned Goering. Your name was exactly, one more time, please.
Leixner. Leixner.
Yes. Your first name?
Frau. Oh, no, that is not my first name.
Yes. And where might we... You'll be sending over your qualifications? Is that correct?
Am I having deja vu?
I just want to make sure we'll be getting your qualifications. And where exactly do you live, Frau Leixner?
At the hotel.
Yes, which hotel?
With the rest of the German, what is it? I guess it's German military?
Yeah, they've taken all the hotels. Like, if there's an important hotel, they've basically taken it. They have taken everything.
Oh, so which one are we in?
The Majestic.
The Majestic. Majestic? Room, letter, number?
You're in the Majestic. Interesting. All right. He takes this note. And you said your name was Leixner, and your husband is some film person?
Holgar
Right.
Leixner.
Yes, and you want to work as an art historian here at our institute.
No, I don't want to work for you. I simply want an invitation to the private events. You know what? I guess I'm just going to have to come down there and speak to you in person, since it seems the telephone is skewing our conversation.
You know, Frau Leixner, you should not contact us just yet. We're going to send over your qualifications. We'll do a little bit of looking, and then we will come and contact you.
Not for a job, I hope.
We will look into everything, and then we'll come and contact you.
What kind of German housewife would I be if I had a job?
Yes, many German housewives like to do their hobbies, don't they?
Well, don't fret. It is no hobby. And your name, quaint fellow?
As, you know, we will see if this is a
I'm sorry, there must be the telephone again. Your name?
Yes, you know, Frau Leixner, was it?
Is this like a museum, like a private group?
It's a very interesting question. You don't know what it is.
Because how about this? Here's the thing. Regina has money now, and I have yet to use my stunt. I'd like to spend a fate point for a minor flashback. Right before I made this phone call.
Did you make a generous donation?
I'm going to make a generous donation under my name.
You can't.
Oh, why?
They are not an institute in that
They're
way.
not.
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay. So I can't. Okay, so I find. Okay, so I can't
Mhm.
make. How can I? How can I play this?
It's a bit of a question what these people are.
We don't
Well,
know. We haven't investigated them.
I guess if it comes down to it, I'm more than willing to purchase my tickets since that is not a problem.
You know, Frau Leixner, we are very happy that you've put your name on our radar. I would just recommend that you send over your qualifications. I understand that you are the housewife of someone.
Your name?
Yeah. Gunnar Griebel.
Griebel. How? Yes. I will be contacting you very soon.
May I ask you, by the way, how did you come to contact us?
Oh, the front desk of the hotel, of course.
Can you tell me exactly who it was that gave you our name?
You think that I know the front desk person's name?
That would make sense you wouldn't. But the person working right now, is that correct?
If you think I also hold their schedule, then you must really not know who I am.
No, I don't know who you are.
Well, I can tell you that I don't keep the front desk schedule, so I have no idea who's working.
It's all right, we'll just look into it, thank you. But again, send over your qualifications and we will get in touch with you.
Yes, you keep repeating, don't choke. I will send over everything that you need.
Good. The Majestic, yes?
Do you have memory problems?
I just want to make sure I have in my notes everything that is correct.
Correct. It is the Majestic.
Good. And you said you were an art historian?
Correct.
Yes. You are married. What is your maiden name?
Oh, I'm not Berger. I am Kraus. Kraus.
Kraus. All right, that is your maiden name. Regina Kraus is your maiden name. Thank you. And who exactly told you that Goering was coming into town?
Oh, nobody in particular, but it was a bit of a whisper at last night's opera.
I see. Do you remember anyone specifically who might have been whispering it? Their names?
Sorry, I did not call for an interrogation. I called to book tickets to a private event for 3 of Germany's most influential people. So, if that is not what's going to be happening here, then I'm going to move on with my day because I sure enough have no room for your questions. It is breakfast and I must get...
Yes. Frau Leixner, you must understand
that... Oh, you do remember my name.
Yes, I've written it down. You must understand that you don't have tickets to things like this. This is invitation only. And only the right people get to go to these sorts of things. And I'm going to be just looking in to see if you're the right people.
And are you the right person? You get to go.
Sometimes it's very exclusive.
Wonderful. Then I shall assure that I take your invitation.
I understand that you're...
Good afternoon, Blink.
He's like, someone knows things. And there's like a couple little like phone calls that happen after that.
That poor person at the front desk of the Majestic right now.
I will note some things that I'm,
I technically went through the operator. I did ask to go through the operator.
You did. They just have some questions that might not be about you. They have some questions about you as well. They have questions about everybody, but they have some other questions. Not for you.
Great.
Yeah.
I tried to use a public event of very high profile people to cover the fact I knew information. Actually, you know what? I would like to, because I use that, can I set up an advantage or attempt to?
Please. What are you thinking of?
Well, that wasn't deceive. Let's see. He has never met me before.
That is correct.
So I'm going to use lies upon lies to try to roll deceive to create an advantage on this man.
What is the deception?
The deception is that the opera is not where I learned the information about Goering.
Which is true, by the way.
Right. But I'm using it as the cover of like, oh, it was a social event that gave it away. Or, I have other social events. I could say, oh, maybe it was the ladies' brunch, or was it the opera? Or, like I just dropped something else that would cover one person giving it to me.
I will note, just for the record, he's not worried about you, necessarily about you knowing it.
It's who leaked the intel.
It's about who leaked the intel.
Right, but I also can't give any one particular person away if I'm giving massive, like I'm not giving one person, I'm giving massive
public events.
Public events, and it's like, oh well, fuck, there could have been 4 people there that knew.
No, but you didn't. I mean, I don't think you actually didn't have to roll for that because you were like that opera, and they're like, yeah, because they're like, oh well,
okay, cool, yeah. I'd probably say like, oh, it was the ladies' brunch, or oh, it was the opera. Like I would just, flitter it away on some public events.
Yeah, the opera is good enough because,
I wouldn't even mention the ladies' brunch,
and it makes sense because I called the next day, so it would be
absolutely. You don't have to roll for that one because that is just a very obvious thing. Clearly, some people are talking, right? Clearly, some people are talking, and they just noted it. But yes, that is not an institute that you could donate money to. It's not really.
That means it's government funded. It's private.
It's not really listed anywhere.
I just need to figure out who I can give money to.
And
I want to buy I want his invitation in particular.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
As he says, they don't really sell tickets for these events. You know what I mean? Like because you were at one of them, right?
Well,
which was that
then
sort of
maybe it's
party.
time for me to put in a Yelp review.
To the manager?
Because to the manager for his customer service.
By the way, did you go and pick up Millie while you were during these 2 days?
The other thing that I would have done is prep for the broadcast. So the first thing is I would have probably spent a whole day putting the message into code.
Yeah.
So that I would know what it is, so I could get it over. And then yes, I would have, the moment that I learned Marie was back. Well, I say that, so I might not pick up Millie until after I leave the hotel this morning. But I would hopefully get some kind of reassurance that Millie was okay.
Because she's at the shop, right? She's just at the she was in the back room at the shop the entire time.
Yeah, perfect.
Yes. Did Oscar do anything specific and special during these 2 days, Friday and Saturday?
Greg is currently working with one earphone, so yeah. Uno momento. No, he wouldn't have done anything other than continue to like play off the story that he's resting from being shot. And
yes, because you are
poor health.
You are.
Yeah.
Do you have? So, why don't we pick up Sunday for breakfast?
Probably with the broadcast before breakfast, right?
Because I think you were going to have breakfast before broadcast because you have breakfast like super early. 6 a.m.
It's whenever the streets are emptiest for Regina. That's when the broadcast is going to be. So if the streets are emptier before breakfast, she's going to be out before breakfast.
I will note, empty streets means it's a little bit easier for the direction finders.
Yes, that's true. Maybe I would try to use the early church traffic.
Oh, the early church traffic. So after
foot
breakfast.
traffic.
Yeah,
so after breakfast, yeah, that would be better.
Okay. Oscar's got weird earphones. So let us have Sunday morning breakfast at like 6 a.m. You three, the prince is still not here. He's still away on tour. And it has been, you have all been fairly kept fairly busy. And yet again, nothing interesting has been happening on the news, at least from last night. And I would like to put you all together before your church traffic.
Yeah, I imagine we actually do have real breakfast after I make that phone call. I imagine you're both there and hear it in its entirety. I turn around after I hang up and I say,
I ever heard of this institute?
You have not.
Okay, then.
Well, I'm a bit concerned. I'm going to be honest. They are not, say, taking open donations, which seems strange, doesn't it, for a cultural society?
Depends on what's that institute of.
They didn't like me dropping Goering's name, but
Well, I believe that was classified information, most likely.
And
tried to again keep him safer by restricting who knows where his movements
well,
are.
Then we have one of two
technically,
options.
it would be a task force.
Oh,
is how you would translate their name.
Oh.
The Reichsleiter Rosenberg Task Force.
That's different than institute for sure. Yeah.
So I think Regina then would, she would say, well, we have one of two options then. They'll either stop Goering from coming, which means our problem is solved anyways, or, they're going to give me what I want. And that's Regina Krause talking.
Well, I have been busy on these past 2 days, and I have been in. She looks and she's like, well, that's not honestly that true, because she's been very busy. She's like, my new handler is keeping me quite busy.
Yes, she seems a bit of a
to evade
leech.
her. She's I believe she's a professionally trained security bodyguard type person.
Yes, without a doubt.
Posing as an entertainment attache. Very eagle-eyed, perceptive.
Well, I put myself through a little test on Thursday, and I was waiting to see what the outcome would be before I told you, well, the outcome. Marie was relieved of her captivity.
Oh, good.
From the 211.
The 122?
122. I'm so sorry. Not as dyslexic.
The 122. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the 122. So, knowing this, I suspect that Nikoletta was far more involved, if that is where she ran Marie to after I arrived in boat the other day. I did some finagling from comfort of that chair there and dropped a line to the chief of police, French police.
I see.
They raided the brothel. As of Thursday, I imagine you're going to find that the population of your brothel has grown by quite a few numbers.
I see. From the former members of the 122?
Charlie is, over the next few days, bringing in a few helpful dock workers to move the ladies under the guise of normalcy. They'll be dropping them off at your door so that you can strengthen your business.
That is also good. I'm sure they have a lot of information that could be weaseled out of them.
There were a few other things in play, though they haven't quite panned out, and I'm a bit nervous about how quiet the news has been. It seems odd, doesn't it?
That the raid on the 122 by the police has not been on the news?
It has not.
It is one of the most popular brothels in Paris. It is not unsurprising that it is not in the news, actually.
It's probably only us that know, considering the fact that I partially set it up. Or tried to, anyways. I had a hunch that that's where Marie took her.
It would make sense.
Hopefully it also means that Scarlett is out of our hair, at least for a little bit. But I will be
preoccupied with other things.
I'll be honest with you.
I have a feeling if Nikoletta is not pulling the Pierre strings any longer, that
Nikoletta may be lying low for a while. I managed to also pull a few strings that tied her to some of these events, including activity at the 122.
It's a criminal activity.
Correct, that she should not have been involved in. I imagine that the reason the Jägers have fallen off the map for the last few days.
How she's been commanding them about?
Yes. I don't know if it actually worked or not, because I've not heard anything back. The news has been very, very quiet. But the fact the Jägers didn't show up last night tells me that they are hiding something or hiding away. The point of the fact is,
surprising that they weren't there last night. A lot of people were important.
Yes, well, she called up making threats, and I wanted to. No, how selfish of me. I wanted to assure that she understood that our cell could take everything that she thought she had above us from the comfort of this hotel room. She planned to do probably pretty horrible things to Marie to get out of us what she wanted. But I decided that maybe killing her was too easy of an option. I would rather see her fall from grace. And it keeps our hands out of the mix a little bit, wouldn't you say? A little cleaner, maybe? And my eyes kind of cut over to Oscar. I have to be honest, Pritam's rampage was a bit of a shocker.
Oh, I knew he was going to snap at some point. It's just a matter of when.
I guess it is true, but now is a really bad time for him to be on edge. He's supposed to be sharper than ever before. He cannot buckle under pressure and kill what could have been a very, very insightful interrogation. But that being said, at least he is also not a bother to us anymore. But I do fear for Preetam's very clean little soul.
All the while that you all are talking, Oscar's lying down, back against the couch with his feet over the armrest. And he is taking baby Jane, if she hasn't been positioned yet, and just lifting her up and bringing her down to his face and lifting her up and bringing him down to his face. And as you specifically mention Nikoletta, as he's bringing the cat down, he sees himself in the reflection. He lifts her up. He pulls her down. He sees Nikoletta in the reflection of the cat's eyes. He lifts her up. When he pulls it down, Isolde is in the reflection of the cat's eyes, and he lifts her up. Doesn't say a word.
Oscar.
Frieda thinks it's really cute.
Is the cat more entertaining than our debrief?
Oh, I'm all ears. And so are you, aren't you? Look at your big ears.
Regina can't help but laugh just a little bit. She's like, well, it seems that our cover, at least mine, of being a distraught housewife is working. I'm leaning a little bit into the loneliness of being here. I'm finding not having to constantly run for my life and still do my job is refreshing.
Millie, by the way, is bumping your knee.
Right. I'm all hands on her because I know the kitty is and I'm
kitty's getting attention and Millie's I want attention.
Yeah, I want attention. So I try to pass it off to Millie where I can. The pets will be staying at least for a while. It will help us at least a little bit. And Millie's a pretty good watchdog, aren't you, Millie? Other than that, I imagine Preetam's disappearance is going to cause a bit of a splash after his return.
When you say that too about Millie being a good watchdog, Oscar would be lifting baby Jane and would say, oh, but you don't do anything. You're not a watch cat, are you? You just cute. That's all you do. That's your main job.
Well, I'm glad that the cat, I will have to tip that poor girl. It seems the cat is a good addition to the household. And
I would agree.
And I go, look at this. And I just kind of scoop her out of Oscar's hands for a second. I hold her and I go, don't I look menacing?
There's a bit
and
of
then
I
put her back. Door. And then I put her back in Oscar's hands. I look, I'm sure Millie goes on point. I put her on heel and I go to the door and I'm like, who is it?
Front desk.
I open the door. Yes, we are about to have breakfast.
And there is your regular, your friend.
Right.
Who's there, and she just looks a little bit embarrassed, and she just she looks and she goes, Herr Leixner? And she sort of has a small note.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. We're going to be a little late on breakfast this morning, and I kind of read it. We're getting ready for church. I start spreading that dissemination of where we're going so people can account for us.
That is for Herr Leixner.
Oh.
And he snaps over his shoulder on the couch as he puts baby Jane on his chest.
Yeah. I pass it off. Well, thank you, as always. And I pass her a tip because I said I would, because it seems that the addition to Thursday's dinner was a bit of a hit here.
She nods.
Right when you say that too, in the background you hear Oscar say, and now Mrs. Pauline Stinkerton, let's see what we have here, as he opens it.
Her name is baby Jade, I say.
and the maid, she sort of walks out because she's clearly sort of dismissed, and when she gets outside of the suite, she trips and she falls, and she so she hits her knee. Oh.
Is it a fake? Is she faking or is it for real?
That would be
please.
That would be an empathy.
Okay.
But you're the one by the door. I mean, the other two are out there.
She's hovering because we might have a response, maybe.
Okay, I didn't roll very well on that empathy. I kind of look over, I look at her and I kind of try to take the moment, and then I look over my shoulder and Oscar, has he opened
I read.
it?
Yeah. As my personal assistant, Pauline Stinkerton, is going to read this.
Oscar's reading the note, and Frieda's there at breakfast, and you are at the doorway with this maid who just tripped and fell and hurt her knee.
This is, you know what this means? It's time to make a scene. I go, oh my gosh, you are the clumsiest person that works in this whole hotel. Get up and come inside. We shall begin this very instant some proper posture training. Books it is. And I drag her inside. I try to make like a scene.
The minute you go down to reach her, which means you step out of the room so that nobody inside the room can hear what she says.
She wants to say it to you alone.
Oh, I see. I come over and I'm saying all this to her. Get up, and I don't bend over, but I do put a hand out to like help her up.
And she takes your hand and she sort of lets you lift her up. But she's still a little unsteady, and she sort of like falls against you as she's on the way of getting up. Like she sort of like twists her.
I'm like, are you ill?
And she sort of just falls against you, and she says, that was delivered by a Gestapo soldier. And then she just sort of like dusts herself off.
The note.
It did not come from the front desk, is what she's trying to tell you.
Great. Okay. Note taken. But I did make a scene to the front desk, and I would be getting a pet regardless of what they thought. So
the note that she dropped, and she goes, I'm all right. And that she says, and she sort of nods, and she just sort of looks a little awkward, right? She's like, I think I did my clandestine thing. And then she's like, well, I have to go.
Yes, quickly, chop chop.
You did not, did you, where was the shop that young man was working at? The flower shop?
Yes, the flower shop. I would be heading there today. Actually, no, because I already have Millie. Yes, the one on, and I give the address.
Okay, thank you. And she says as she sort of heads off. The note that Oscar reads says, it's very simple, and it just says, if there are more, at least the primary operator is gone. J. Oscar. J would probably be the jackal. Who's Jäger?
Nice.
That's all. And it's just his handwriting. There may be more, but the primary operator is gone.
After he reads it, he flips the note upside down and speaks into the cat's ears. It sits like on his chest. It seems to be in some type of code. Can you decipher it? Just playing up,
Yeah.
He's had no outlet for any type of dance or thing.
And
so
the cat
it's like
just
cat.
like rolls up on you and like bonks with her head to your chin. Just like bonks your chin.
Okay. And I come
Frieda
over and
thinks it's all incredibly adorable, and it's just like smiling, like, oh.
See, Regina's all business. She comes over and like scoops up baby Jane under like one arm, like a sack of taters, and kind of supports the back leg. And she's like, okay, what does it say?
It seems that if there was a handler for some of these resistance cells out there, that this person is gone.
Do you think they mean Falstaff?
Oh, I'm sure of it.
And he spins it around and taps the J, just in case. Oscar's still super paranoid, even though they sweep this place all the time.
Yep.
Oscar doesn't come right out and say anything.
Well, it's probably time then for us to get a broadcast out. I've been thinking. I think I'm going to tell London that Falstaff is dead, but not tell them that he's actually not.
Why?
Well, intelligence is best used when you can control it. Most of the time. If there's any kind of leak there, they've been getting a broadcast from that other cell for weeks. the compromised one. And if they have any compromised information and we submit back that Falstaff is dead, they will know that in fact the radio operator or broadcaster is not dead, that Guildenstern still is putting out a message. So I guess my thought is, until it is relevant to let them know the truth, or we can assure that, I say we start by simply letting them know Falstaff's dead. He is lying low and he's wanting to stay that way. The last thing we need is London trying to reach out to him.
I'm still not understanding. Perhaps you could explain it out of character.
It's controlling the information, right? If we tell them that Falstaff is dead but not dead, it's a possibility any kind of leak on London's side that we don't know about will then find out that Falstaff is not dead.
But that's for any information we give them, though.
That's true, but this seems really important right now because they still believe that they've killed Falstaff, and we just got a note that said that Falstaff
if they've been told.
They probably haven't been told, because the other operator, the operator who's still broadcasting, probably wants them to think that Falstaff is alive. The false broadcast that. Yeah.
Maybe if you say, because the flow of information can also be controlled by time. If you say we believe Falstaff is dead,
that's what I mean. Is like we put in that we believe that he's dead, and that
we believe is much better wording.
The play is not about that he's dead. We're going to tell them that. It's the play that we're not going to let them know he is alive.
Yeah. No,
right.
I agree with the wording of we believe he's dead for the broadcast rather than he's totally dead. So because we can always say
we confirmed information that he was taken and dead.
Because you don't know if they even know that he's reported dead.
You can say has been reported dead. I wouldn't say that he is dead. I would
remember Regina's turning over, like she would say that we saw signs, right? Regina has this all written down, but the big play is not actually, I don't know that the wording matters as much as we don't tell them flat out that we know for a fact he's dead, but that signage says that he is, and that we can
say that we believe him to be dead and that signage says he's dead, but I wouldn't say for sure he is dead.
Right. So again, my play wasn't about whether or not he was dead. It was or about the wording.
That's
it was
where
about
I was confused.
Yeah, it was about
It's like, why are we saying he is definitely dead?
It's about keeping information from London.
It's about keeping information from London to assure that they don't know he is actually still alive. That piece of information needs to stay with us at least for the time being, because right now,
and that's fine.
Yeah.
But maybe just like I am against wording it as he is definitely dead. That's I'm just gonna put that out there.
Great. Trooper, note it when we send the broadcast.
So I have questions.
I'm going to interrupt real quick, Trooper. The craziest thing is a couple of those articles you said for me to read. This is exactly the shit that happened. Yes, people started to get information. They're like, maybe we should only send a piece of it. Yep. It's like textbook Cell 101 where everyone's the enemy until you can. I love it.
I mean, it's espionage, right? The other thing is Regina has to get information back. She doesn't know what London knows yet, right? Because it's a back and forth. So she's going to get something back, receive it, and then we can always send out another broadcast that says,
I'm totally, that's why I'm saying like we believe is believed dead or has been reported dead is fine, because then we can always go back and be like, oh, instead of like, just kidding, we lied. We have new information.
Here's the other thing, and Regina would tell you, she's not entirely convinced yet that Falstaff is false. Like, we've gotten a lot of different information. None of us have laid eyes on him. I believe Regina hasn't. So there's also
yet another reason not to say he's definitely dead.
Not to say he's definitely dead. It's like we can't actually confirm anything, which is why Regina's like, yes, we got to note that he's alive.
Believed dead, reported dead, all that's fine. Yeah.
That really,
because then also it covers our asses in the future if we that way we're not like, just kidding, he was alive this whole time, it was just a big play because we don't trust you. It's more like, oh, we've received new information and we found
nothing is confirmed, right? We can't spread anything that's not confirmed, which is like we don't know if he's alive or he's dead. We just know that he was compromised and the cell was compromised.
This cell is compromised, and
I'm more concerned with
dead.
I'm more concerned with him on his end, like putting some type of fail safe that he would have in there to get help or aid, and they would immediately think, oh, wait a minute, he's been reported gone, this is everything suspect, so his kind of back redundancies.
Because we need to hear from Falstaff.
I imagine then that they would tell us like, hey, Falstaff made contact, he's alive, because if we're not confirming, they're going to confirm with us after, you know.
Right, exactly. So as long as
that's why we say reported dead.
The public signage reported him dead, and we can say that there was the clean out of the cell,
and the other cell is mega compromised. They've all been taken in. by Gestapo.
So yeah, Regina basically wants you all to know.
That's fine.
She didn't want it to seem like she was withholding information. She wanted you all to know that she is going to withhold that under. Yeah. So
no,
that
and that's
was
fine. Withholding is fine. I just don't want to. I'm all for covering our asses later, which is why I want to not say he's dead for surezies.
Yeah, so that was I basically the Regina just wanted to assure that you all knew that she was going to be doing that, so it didn't come off like she was doing her own espionage outside of the cell.
That's fine. Yeah, Freida's fine with that.
So yeah, Regina would go over like what she's coded out for the broadcast, like over breakfast, to make sure that we covered all the basics.
We need to get a new name anyways, not Guildenstern.
Yeah, so. I can't use Guildenstern anymore, and so I just go over it and like make sure it's all coded perfectly, so that I have it ready to go. And I tuck it in a very private place so nobody can find that piece of paper. And Regina is going to need to get on the streets, but Regina will say, "I think we should meet at the church. We can meet after and gather there."
I mean, you can travel to the church together, right? Because you're going to have people escorting you.
You could.
Yeah, but I'm not.
If you leave the hotel, you're gonna have an escort. But
you
what
sneak
you've
out
done
from the
before
church to make your broadcast
is that you go to the church, go into the private chapel, right? Your escort,
and then sneak out of the private chapel.
But I have to get my ready. I don't keep that at the hotel.
Which is why you sneak out of the chapel from the church.
But you're telling me, okay, so I'm getting two different things. One's sneaking out of the chapel to go get my radio. One is broadcasting from the church.
No,
don't broadcast from the church.
Go to the church.
No.
Because that was the cover used last time.
We have the exit from the church.
I guess that's true. But everybody's going to be at the church, right?
But they're going to be, you have a private chapel.
Private chapel we pray at.
Yeah, I mean,
and we sneak out. We have snuck out many times before.
Part of the goal was to use foot traffic to cover my tracks and then to go to church after. At least that was in Regina's mind, was to broadcast first and then meet y'all at the church.
We can show up early while the first service is still going on, so there's that foot traffic.
We usually stay for 2-hour mass. Yeah,
that's true. We could stay up for both, so then I could sneak out again. I just Regina wants. My plan was to use a fate point to declare an aspect, which is that the streets were busy, or that was the goal. Is like to declare it. So I just want to make sure, regardless of where we're at in the church process, there's enough street coverage. It's going to be way easier
to sneak out from the church than from the hotel.
Yeah, and the church will be busy for a while. Do you know what I mean? Like
and the church will be busy too, so it should cover your.
So I'd like to make sure. Can I make sure Dirk comes with us? Is he around? Can I rope him in for the day?
He's back on.
Is he back on street duty?
Yeah, he's back on street duty.
Great, perfect. Okay.
He's out there on street duty at the moment. You'd have to actually put in. Well, you couldn't. You'd actually probably have to get your husband to put in a request.
Put in a request
to have him transferred.
To have him transferred. Okay, I could do that later with Oscar.
Because your husband is Gestapo and can actually just make that request and have that.
Sort of a big deal.
And could just have that happen. You're a civilian, so you doing it was probably not going to go. But if you just like have him transferred over, then that would be pretty.
It looks really bad, Nikoletta.
Yeah. So, but basically, because if you leave, they're going to want to have people to come with you. But if you all go to the church, you're like, we're going to have our private, we're going to be in mass for like 2 hours, and then you can like sneak out, get your stuff, come back.
Right. Oh, you know what? On my way out, I would drop my credentials to be mailed.
The person who's on the front desk is like, doesn't really quite know what that's about, but is like, takes them and puts them in the little slot to be sort of sent off as you would do, and everything. That person is having a lovely day at the moment because it's still pretty early.
Perfect. That's great. I just wanted my credentials set off because I said I would do it.
Yes, and it's good that you did.
You should be sick. We can't just say that to this guy. You should call out your mother. Like, you should have a family emergency right now.
Family emergency. Dear front desk person is probably what you should do, but no, it's fine. I suppose they are coming. You'll have your groups of people for you to escort you to the church.
You know what? You're right. As I go out, I know it's the same person, but I would like to make a bit of a public scene. As I drop it off, I say, I'm really glad that you're not the person who answered the phone and transferred me earlier. They were very rude. I hope that you're definitely not the person that helped me and would be kind enough to put this in the mail.
Oui, madame? He says, a little uncertain as to what is going on.
Like, I just want everybody, like the people he's working with, to know that he was not the person that answered the phone earlier for me.
and he's a little confused because he's not quite even certain why this is happening, but he sort of like nods and takes it.
I'm like, don't speak. Just put it in the mail slot. No words. Don't talk.
She puts it in the mail bag, which means it's all going to go and be read through, because that's
Right,
how these
of
things
course.
go. But there's nothing dangerous.
Yeah, maybe I wrote a little handwritten note that's like, thank you so much for the consideration of an invitation to, like, Regina just leads into the truth of the matter, which is she called and asked for an invitation to these private events, you know?
She did. She's not a problem. You know what I mean?
Perfect. Well, she could be a problem,
Well,
but that's for another day.
Yes.
Y'all see me drop this thing, and then we can definitely head off to the church.
When you get into the car, of course, when you get towards the car, your attache
of course,
is having a conversation with Clemence Brown.
Oh, is she really?
She is having a conversation with Clemence Brown.
Can I read how this conversation is going?
You're kind of a bit far away. You see it as you all
Yeah,
three
I
of
don't
you
need
are
to hear what they're
approaching.
saying.
Yeah, that would
necessarily.
That would be
I just want to see how
empathy.
their body language is.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
how's this conversation? Who's being verbally assaulted here? What's going, or what's going on? Empathy. I'd love
Yes,
to know
please.
that for you. Good.
Ask me one question.
I want to roll fight or something.
You can also do that if you like. That would also be doable. You could also roll a fight roll. That is also a skill that you could roll.
But what's the relationship look like between Camille and Clemens? How are they? How are they towards each other?
It seems tense.
Tense? Oh, how did I know?
It seems tense. It does not seem as if they are.
Is it like when you get two alphas in a room?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
But one
Who's
of
the
them's Clemens
alphiest
Brown,
alpha?
and one of them's a woman.
Your vibe from empathy is that emotionally, this is a tense situation, and you know when somebody's having a fight, and they don't want anyone else to know that they're having a fight.
Yes.
You know, like when your children are acting up in public, and you just take their hand and you squeeze it a little bit too tight, and your face is smiling, but like,
Right, that's Freida's every day.
yeah. She does not look at all as if she is in a stressed out space, but you know that there is a badness going on from her to him and vice versa. He's less good at hiding
yes, he is.
his hostility.
He's a shitty actor.
He is. He's not a good actor.
Terrible actor.
Yeah, he looks like he's like offended and upset and like stubborn, and she looks very pleasant, but you can tell it is not.
She's also offended and upset.
Oh no,
and
she's
stubborn?
not offended.
Oh.
She's angry and hostile and
I
threatening.
rolled a 4 with my fight.
Yes, ask me a question.
Badass. Okay.
Can we put these two against each other?
Yeah. Because we've established like, and this is what the fight roll. This is basically like sizing them up as a pugilist. You're sizing them up as an actual combatant.
Yes.
Okay. So in the grand scheme of things, on the immediate coming to mind, like the physical prowess of like Clements, of Elias, of Regina,
absolutely.
of Oscar, of people that we know in our theater of operations. Where does she kind of slot in?
So you're watching it, right? And you just see like he is big, he is strong, and you know he's a very good brawler, right? He can probably take a couple punches and not feel it, and then just like hit back. Like you got to take him out or he's going to come back at you. He's very dangerous. And you see that he has his hand on her wrist, like in a kind of a threatening way.
Like a hold? Like he's got her like around the wrist? Like
he's got her around the wrist. It is not a hold. He's grabbing her around the wrist.
Like you would guide someone. Yeah.
Like I'm like for emphasis, right? For emphasis. And she looks from her overt body language like she's just a lady who's, I don't know, perhaps very threatened by this. But the way she's actually positioned her foot in between his two legs, and the way that she's got her other hand, like at any moment she could just flip him, and you know it. Like you know that at any moment She's got him on the ground and probably kicking him between the nuts and holding his arm in a very awkward angle that might be breaking it. She's just waiting, is what she's doing at the moment. She does not seem like a person you'd want to mess with, but she does not seem... Oh, she seems like a person you would totally mess with, but you're like, no. You would suspect she's got police training, is what you would suspect. That her training is probably not soldier training, but like police training is what you would guess from...
one of the better combatants that Oscar has run into here in...
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. Also, Lightning Booker asked, does Clemens know this? No, he does not. He has not picked up on it at all.
No.
And
our Clemens, not the brightest bulb in the box.
He has no clue how close he is to getting his nut smashed.
Yes,
he has no idea.
Yeah. You know, you cannot, it is not proper, it is the 1940s, it's not really proper for men to put their hands on women. So you've had women as police officers for a couple of decades now, especially once suffrage, like you had all these women doing these protests for suffrage, and they needed people to manhandle these women, but they couldn't have men do it. So they end up getting like these women police officers to like deal with unruly women. And so there are some women out there who, have got some very good people control skills and some very good sort of crowd control and combatant skills, and she seems to be one of them. And you would definitely think police, and you think that she's just sort of waiting, but there's an intensity in her eye. And as you two are moving up, their conversation stops, and they both turn to face you all with a smile. Well, she has a smile. He's like a little, because she said something to him, and he seemed to be a bit confused. And
good morning, Clemens Brown, Camille.
And Camille goes, Madame, I will be accompanying you, of course, to the church, as usual, to make sure that you have anything that you might need. And she just looks at Clemens Brown, and Clemens Brown looks a little confused right now, and he goes, Herr Leixner, I don't think that is appropriate. This is just some secretary, some sort of cheap secretary. And she looks at him, and she smiles.
Murder him.
Clemens, may I have a word?
Yeah. And he just he sort of steps off, kind of like he just won. Do you know what I mean? Like, he just won.
He has no idea. He has no idea.
So he steps over with, to Oscar as Camille opens the door.
He puts Clemens's back to Camille because he knows this guy can't hide his facial expression.
Yes.
So Oscar would basically be facing Camille at this point. And he's not going to make like challenging eye contact with Camille or anything, but he'll look at her as he's talking, just so she sort of knows that he's saying what he's saying. And he is going to say to Clemens, "You understand that she is a killer.
She's a woman.
Look at me, Clemens. Do you trust me?"
Yeah. Jawohl. Of course.
She is a killer.
Like,
she moves like one.
Like a man-eater, she will seduce people. She cannot seduce me. I'm
he
loyal.
Grabs him by the tie, I'm assuming since he's dressed, and he pulls it up.
Do not be smart with me, Clemens. You're too good for this.
Sorry.
I have just put you in for promotion.
Oh.
Do not make me regret this decision.
So
I am telling you this, not as a joke. She is a killer.
So she should not be with us.
Are you a killer, Clemens?
Yeah.
I have seen you.
Jawohl.
She is here for a reason, then. She is here to keep Frieda safe, under the guise of secretary, as you say.
I see. What kind of world are we in? Letting women be killers and whatnot.
What type of world we are in is if I had walked out of here 30 seconds later, you would have been on your back. In front of all of these people, Clemens, I am saving you from this experience.
Jawohl. And he just sort of straightens his tie.
He releases the tie a little bit and slaps him just hard enough on the cheek.
And he walks over and he opens up the other door for Regina. Frau Leixner.
I get in. I can't believe they won't let me bring my cat to church.
Mademoiselle Dujardin? And she, like, slips by and, like, pats him on the shoulder, more the trap, and pinches a little bit, and you can see him, like, twinge as she just sort of gets in, right next to our dear Frieda.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then they drive off, and they sort of turn on the radio, so you have nice music happening.
Wonderful. I asked them to turn on to the news if there's any news this morning.
And Schmidt, who's driving, is like, "Oh yeah,
thank you, Schmidt.
Of course." And they turn on the news, and it's it's just sort of pleasant. You can hear. I'm going to just, if you don't mind, bring up a screen for you while I have this conversation.
Oh, certainly.
Yeah, it might be a thing that I feel like you might need to see. This might be, it's just
we collapse some things.
Just a thing. And as, you're there, you hear the, there it is, like the, this is Radio Paris. This is your news host, Jean-Harold Paquis. And remember, England, like Carthage, shall be destroyed. We have the news. It is a beautiful Sunday on Paris, and I hope you are all... let me get my megaphone. And I hope that you are all taking care of yourselves. This is a dark day, but a day for heroics. We have a statement from the acting chief of the SS, Major Jäger, with the news of the day. Major Jäger, it is happy to have you here in the studio. Please tell us, what is the news that you have? Thank you for having me here. It is good to be a guest here. I have news. There has been a plot to undermine Germany and the friendship between Germany and France. There has been a cancer that has been festering. There's some sort of unnatural illness that hit this place. Unnatural illnesses that are born of corruption and crime. Unnatural illnesses that are perversions of nature, of what is right and what is healthy. And such illnesses can hit anyone, far or close to home. There's someone infamous from your French society. A woman named Violette Morris, who is well known to be a pervert or an invert or in some way unnatural. It is well known that this woman has used her wiles to pervert many a person or an organization before. Working against the ways of nature, she infiltrated the French Gestapo and turned it to her own ends, undermining the friendship between Germany and France. With her violence, her unhealthy and unnormal ways of being, she worked only for her own desires to undermine the friendship between us all. And those who wish to undermine, they do so by making themselves into positions of power, or to undermine those close to those in positions of power. Through my investigations, I have learned that Violette Morris seduced my own wife and convinced her to turn against Germany and also Vichy. She was once known as the hyena of the French Gestapo, vicious, violent, and evil. And she was able to turn my wife against the fatherland. But luckily, I was able to discover this plot. And I, who have feelings only for the fatherland and for the friendship I have with France, was able to heroically stop their plot before it began. This morning, both Villette Morris and my wife were executed by firing squad for their treason against the friendship that we have built. I have found evidence that Villette Morris, aided by my wife, have killed a number of women. I have been investigating a serial killer in our midst. I know that all of you of Paris and France have been worried about these things. I'm here to assure you that you are now safe. For I, Major Elias Jäger, have brought in that which was so evil, the killer of women. And who clearly would do such a thing but someone like this Villette Morris, who took my perverse wife as an accomplice. There's a photograph I have found of my wife in a state of undress that was taken earlier to prove her perversion as well. And only such sexual perverts would do such things. But I, as the acting head of the SS and the head of the Gestapo, have taken care of this. I've arrested them, and I have executed them, personally, in the square. Paris, you are safe. And please note that we, the Germans, specifically the SS and the Gestapo, the Nazis, will give up everything, even personal things, to keep our allies safe, our friends safe. And as I shot my wife in the head, I did so to keep the friendship between France and Germany safe. However, it is also what I must say, as the head of the SS, that the French Gestapo has been thoroughly and completely perverted and turned to evil. They no longer serve the French people, and so they will no longer have any power in this place. I have replaced all of their leadership and anyone and everyone who has been influenced by Villette Morris. They will no longer be running through the streets, committing crimes under the name French Gestapo. Any and all French Gestapo members who might commit crimes or do evil dealings will be dealt with by the SS. And this you may know, because I am here to protect the people of France. And please note that this action of pragmatism and honor was done by the SS. And it was only through the police work of the SS that you are kept safe. I have been told in a message that the Führer has taken complete control over Germany and all of its elements, and that sort of strong central figure is what we need here in occupied France as well as Vichy France. And such centralization of power is what keeps us safe, and it will come. And so, people of France, you are now safe, and I do wish to make one message. If there was anyone who was connected to Villette Morris and her accomplice, who was making some sort of plan, please note, you should fear me. I am a hunter, and I will find you, and you will be murdered. on the public square. Thank you. Always in friendship. And Heil Hitler.
My favorite thing about this is that all of us have to just be like in shock and horror in the car instead of like, oh, like all of us internally want to be. You're muted, Dot. Also, I want to make an empathy check for his radio broadcast to get a.
Please do.
Try to get a gauge on his emotional state right now.
Absolutely.
So he's saying he shot her in the head in the square,
In
like
the
public
square.
execution.
Yes, he did.
But we have confirmation that this was not Regina, this was Nikoletta who was taken there and killed.
We'll be able to get confirmation.
Is that
Along with
something that we
Violette
can-
Morris. Yep.
I think that's what Frieda's rolling for.
And by the way, your note when he said that there might have been others, but the head of this has been taken out.
I don't think it was Falstaff. I think
It
was
wasn't Falstaff. It was
Nikoletta
not
and
Falstaff.
Violetta.
It was not.
He's got to trust me. That conversation worked somehow.
Because there are other
Greg, you were having that
things.
conversation. I was like, you have no idea. Also, watching Greg's face during that was beautiful. Anyways, empathy.
Please.
Try to gauge his emotional state.
I told
Over
y'all I
this
did
radio
things. I'm
broadcast.
sorry, but not sorry.
I would like to use.
Can I roll? Can I?
Sure. Yes. You know what? Sure. Yes, please.
Tied.
Yeah, I would like to use a fate point to boost that up.
Using? What makes
Oh,
you better able to sort of read him?
To read him, I'm a stone cold manipulator.
That is fair. That is fair.
Please.
That is true. Give me your one question.
What's Elias Jäger's emotional state?
Is that the question you want?
Because it's hard to. Oh, because it's hard to get a lot via the radio.
Mhm.
So she's having to just read the timbre, the sound, the inflections, the how strong or quavering his voice is. How does Elias Jäger feel about everything that just happened?
Damn it, Crit Witch, don't make those type of comments.
Oh, her trouble aspect is that she's a desirable widow. Come on now. He seems to feel personally betrayed by Nikoletta.
Mm-hmm.
What also, a number of things he's saying seem to be lies, right? Like,
yes.
there's a number of things that, like,
based on what we've heard from Regina over breakfast, yes. Some of them are straight up lies, but he does feel betrayed by Nikoletta.
And
personally.
she did dig that hole herself. Everything that she was caught for had nothing to do with us.
That is true. To a certain extent. Yes.
It's a little. You don't know what he thinks or what's going on over
Yes.
there.
We don't know what he thinks, which is why I'm asking this question.
How
does Elias Jäger feel about all that just happened?
He, from your vibe, seems to be. It does not seem to be honest. That his framing of Violette as the big boss and
and downplaying his wife, because that would make him look bad if his wife was the big bad. And not the duped one.
That does not seem to be why he's playing it down.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
He does not seem to be playing it down because if she were, because it would look bad if Violette was the dupe, which we all know that is the case. Because he basically framed it pretty well. With
he did.
But specifically the idea that he threw her under the bus enough that he probably could have made her seem like the mastermind and it still work. Right.
Yeah.
It just would have made him
Would have worked maybe less well. Yeah.
Maybe. Right.
Maybe. In certain people's eyes.
Probably. In certain people's eyes. But like he was able to frame it as if like I'm so loyal that I would give up my wife.
Yes.
And also
but I'm getting the vibe that that's a lie.
The vibe you're getting is that he is obscuring the fact that he feels like she's the mastermind of something, not because it would make him look bad.
Okay.
But for other reasons. It seems as if he feels personally betrayed by her.
Good.
On some deep level that does not have to do with this.
Sounds like Nikoletta. Yeah.
except that you also know that he is just not bothered by him. He also does. He's saying a lot of like perversion, which he doesn't.
Yeah, he doesn't care about that.
He does not care about that at all.
He doesn't care about that at all. That's obvious. Yeah.
Yeah. So the framing is that these are perverts, and therefore that's why I had to kill them, and it's fine. But it seems as if he feels as if something there. You get a sense that he is obscuring her mastermind status for
a different reason.
Yes, for
a reason that I don't know.
Yes, but he seems personally betrayed by something. He does not seem to be mad that he killed her.
Good.
Right?
Okay.
Like, but he seems to be there's some intensity going on that seems a little like there might be more people who are going to die.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Maybe.
But not mad that she's dead, just very betrayed. That's good to know. That's very good to know about his emotional state.
Yes. I will note that the Carlingu is no longer a faction on our pyramid. They have been removed from our pyramid.
Off the pyramid.
They have been.
Not only did they get demoted, they got nuked off the board.
They got nuked off the board. The Carlang is no longer a faction on the pyramid, and because they left, the Einsatzstab Reichsleiter Rosenberg, who, by the way, is on your pyramid as opposing forces, also had to take a little bit of a dip. So our pyramid has lost a little bit of its stability. The people that Regina called just had to readjust themselves a little bit as they lose a little bit of prominence. And the Carlang is no longer present as a faction to be dealt with on the pyramid, as Jäger discusses that.
I'm glad we turned on the news on the ride to church.
There was, I would like, if you don't mind, this is important, to get our roles for the broadcast, because
can I assist? Can I make an advantage real quick for Regina to be able to sneak in and out of the church a little easier to make it
swell. I did want to bring Millie. I know I can't bring my cat to church, but I will bring my dog.
Because you need to know what London has to say before we end this episode.
Okay. Yeah. I'm just going to I'm going to make a donation to the church. Like a good tithe, because that's what one does, and that's how also one gets access to private rooms in churches sometimes, private prayer rooms and things, because maybe during all this, the babies are just moving around a lot and kicking her ribs, and so she's gonna make a bit of a not feeling very well. I'm gonna sit in the side room and listen to the sermon, but I don't want people to see me unwell, and I really like some privacy. But the listeners are fine because they've seen me at my worst. So I'd like to set up that.
Please.
That advantage.
Very helpful. Thank you.
What would you like me to roll for that?
This sounds like what resources? Are you bribing people, or are you doing some? How are you going to get this sort of space?
Well, Frieda is a Catholic, so she's going to do her regular tithe as she normally would. But then also, again, she's not feeling very well, and so she would like that private space.
Please.
So deceive maybe?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, that is 1 boost.
Spend a fate point to make it higher.
Then you get 2, and that is we'll call this privacy.
Here we go. That should make it easier for you to sneak in and out.
So, private chapel.
And even my attache, to get her outside of the room
absolutely.
too. Yeah,
absolutely.
Just maybe after the radio broadcast in the car, start being ooh.
I'm gonna need at this moment a couple of rolls. As you all make it to the private chapel, everyone else stays outside. And Regina's going to slip out the back so she can make her broadcast.
Okay.
My friends, this is going to be a moment. I would like, if you don't mind, do you just hit one of the buildings?
Yeah, I guess so. One that's tall enough, that has enough cover where, like, if I lay down flat, I can't be seen. Like I would. Regina would be smart. Her usual out is to jump into a dumpster, so she'd make sure that there's an alleyway, a few ways in or out, fire escape, the works.
Yes. So, you begin to broadcast. I'm going to need you to make a roll.
Okay.
As we move in this moment, before we end this space, to our contest. You versus the Direction Finders. It is a difficulty of 3 to broadcast or to find you.
Okay. All right, here we go, y'all. I would like to. Can I set up an advantage before I begin?
What would be your advantage? Because usually that would be a part of that. That'd be an action in your contest, right?
Yeah, I guess really all I want to do is set Millie up for like awareness kind of a thing to just alert me if.
Because she can boost one of your skills, is what she can do, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so basically she would boost my awareness to set up like a safe location.
Okay, go ahead. Give me an awareness roll.
Plus her 1 for the addition with my stunt. Go for it. Go. It's a fair.
Not enough to create the aspect.
Yeah.
So you have a space, but you don't have any like special bonuses on it.
Yeah, it doesn't seem special bonuses. Okay, that's fine. All right, let's do this.
Please. Electronics.
4 great.
4 great. That is 1. They are going to
Cool.
roll. Our Direction Finders are going to roll to try to.
You want to try to boost it?
That's what I was. I'm sorry, I'm not saying. I wanted to see if I had anything pending that I might be able to use.
That's a 5, right? 'Cause you have wireless transmission. So that's again
right. I have a specialty. I forgot about that. So you're right. It is a 5.
So you're making by 2, which is 1 success.
Let me see. But if I made it by 4,
then you would have an extra success.
I would have an extra success. I'd do it faster.
Yeah. We have a group fate point still. Like,
well, we do have a group, and we have the private chapel.
The sooner you do it, the sooner.
Group fate point flashback. You set up this rooftop beforehand.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. There you go.
That's 2. I'm going to actually spend a fate point for them so I can get 1 success out of this. And that is that their high concept that they're the ears, eyes and ears searching for the enemy. Next round.
So did that put me up enough for 2?
You have 2 and they have 1.
Okay, perfect. Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure that put me up enough. Okay.
If you hit 3, you finished your broadcast. If they hit 3, they find you.
Right before
they get to your location before you can leave.
Okay, so that was a 3 good.
That's a tie.
Actually, I'm so sorry. That would add a plus 1, so it would be 4.
So that would be enough to get you there. Well, let me roll for them. As you are making your broadcast, you're sort of sending out and you're receiving back. That's a 2 again. That is such a terrible roll. I'm going to re-roll.
Streets are busy.
Based on their high concept. By the way, busy streets is an aspect. It is out there.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yes, it is there. It doesn't have any free invokes, but busy
right,
streets.
Yeah, I can spin to activate
absolutely.
it.
Why do I keep rolling fares?
Because they suck today. Because the streets are so busy, Trooper.
Because Roll20 knows this is a really important broadcast to London.
Because the streets
all
are
hungover.
busy. They're all, that too. All that Saturday night partying.
It's fair. It's fair. They are trying. You've got these 3 vans trying to triangulate your signal, and they cannot. The streets are too busy. They cannot get in, and by the time they make their way to this building, where this area, there are a number of buildings, and they can't see which one is it. You've long left and made your way back into this chapel.
Okay. Safely, like nobody saw me come and go?
Absolutely
Badass.
Safely.
All right, Trooper, we put it out there. We put out the information about hearing about Falstaff, about the cell being compromised, our names being compromised, the whole laundry list of, more policing on the streets. Something's going to be happening. There's art moving through.
You could have
Goering's
also
coming.
reported about the news from this morning if you wanted to.
Yeah, the news from this morning that, head of SS killed his wife for unsavory activities in the middle of the square.
And the French Gestapo are.
And I feel like it might be beneficial to say that we may have made an ally back in India because of Preetam's sister.
Would you like to decrypt that code you got from London?
Yeah, I would.
We've got a private chapel.
You do.
That's true.
You can just sit in there and decode it real quick.
Yeah. Okay, this is a tradecraft, right?
I can provide a bonus if that helps.
I can too. I also have tradecraft.
Yes.
Perfect. So 2 from them plus my specialty, which is decoding. That's my specialty. So let's do that. Does not have the 3, so that would be 5.
The word that you get from London, which of course was written and sent before they saw what you said. Falstaff has been compromised. Your orders are to assassinate him.
Well, it's a good thing that they think he's already dead. Possibly. Okay, thank you, Trooper.
He has been compromised, is what it says.
I bet that's from the other unit, the fake unit that we now are like, they're just super sus, and Falstaff's allegedly dead now.
Yeah, that's what
that. Yeah.
So Regina just told him that basically everything they've gotten is potentially wrong. Or that over the last few weeks has been compromised, but so they'll get that back, which will take them a minute to process. But we also sent
we
back
had the dates from when they were allegedly compromised. I'm sure that
and we would, and then we would also send behind them that we can't confirm or deny, but there's been public word that Falstaff has already been killed by the Germans. So
Falstaff reported dead.
And you know what? I might just keep that a secret and help Falstaff out. I feel real bad for him. Poor guy.
Yes. And after all, you are an assassin, so they would like you to kill him.
Of course they would.
They would. And as you get this word that Falstaff has been compromised, and it is your mission to kill him, so that, he cannot hurt anyone else, and you're in this chapel together, with 2 women shot in the public square. And one of Regina's photos being used as evidence that Nikoletta...
You leave it on the boat. Yeah. Oh no,
I didn't leave.
It was in the file.
No, you had given her one.
I gave her one when I threatened her way back when.
Found that.
Because she showed him. She told me that she showed him. There are only now remaining 2 pictures: the copy she has and the one that I kept because I burned the rest of the box last episode.
But she had showed her husband that because she was like, "Look at this," which he wasn't bothered by, but it was useful now. And so that has been put out. And as you leave the church, there are these sort of posters, right? The red posters with a picture of Violette looking exceptionally manly, and that photo of yours that you had taken of Nikoletta up there with them being listed as sort of criminals and enemies, and all of these posters of those 2 women pepper the streets on your way back.
Well, Regina did promise one day she would share that photo with the world.
And she herself didn't actually do it. Her husband did. But when you arrive back at the hotel, the maitre d' says, Captain Leixner?
Yeah.
If I could have a word, please, if you do not mind.
Yeah.
And he pulls you away from your wife and your best pal to give a little space. And the maitre d' sort of looks at both of these women, and he goes, if you do not mind, I would be having your husband for a little bit of time, is that all right?
I guess everybody always needs my husband. And I turn and like click for Millie to follow me upstairs.
And Millie follows along afterwards. And your secretary, Frieda, is just at that right distance that if anyone tried to attack you, she'd be there in a second. But she's not so close that she can't get good eye lines as she like helps guide you all up. And the maitre d' sort of pulls you, Oscar, to the back, and he goes, if you would follow me. And he walks with you to like a sort of like a private space. And in that private space, there is a bottle of champagne. And the maitre d' looks a little bit surprised. He goes, oh, there was someone waiting for you. I suppose they just left this gift. I'm so sorry that he was gone.
Who was it?
Major Jäger was here. I think he was called away. But he left you this gift, I suppose. And there's a note.
Sure there is. He will light the note on fire. No, I'm joking. He will read the note.
The note just says, one down. The circle will stay strong.
Who's going to drink the champagne?
That is our episode for tonight. And this is the last group episode with the Roses for this season. Next week will be Jäger. Oh, absolutely. He'll be there. Maybe. I don't know. He's got things to do. But Oscar and Pritam will be hanging out together next week. And then Frieda and Regina will be hanging out the week after. And then our last episode will be with the Saints. I suppose I should say this because we do need an end of this moment. You'll probably hear a short little snippet on the radio that SS General Karl Oberg will be arriving in Paris to take over the SS and all police forces of all types in Paris. There will be a centralization.
That's not good.
And having a general here for the SS is a direct problem for General von Stubnagel. Because that means he's not the only general in town anymore. And bringing in an SS general who is now going to take control over all policing, including all civilian policing and French policing, is probably not going to be a great thing.
No, there's no playing sides against each other now.
But that is your news, and he'll be, of course, be coming with General Reinhard Heydrich. They'll be coming in together as a big.
That's the other SS person. It might not. Okay.
the other
revealed now.
Yeah. They are going to be it's going to be a big deal. And it will note, by the way, in that sort of a note, all police matters will no longer be under the jurisdiction of the Army. The military no longer has any jurisdiction under police matters, and that will all be under General Oberg. And that is your last bit of news to end your final group session. And I would love, at this moment, each one of you to say who you are, where we can find you, give some love, and say what you want. No, just say at this moment, because, by the way, Frieda and Regina hear this news upstairs as well. This is a big deal. They're bringing in, he was called, they're bringing in the big guns now. How are you feeling? How's your character feeling about the news that if they do not kill, if Valsaf is not dead, that you should kill him, and that they're bringing in a big SS general to just take control of all police actions and remove some control from the Army. The French police are now under direct SS command. There's some changes have happened, and I would just love to know how you all are how your characters are feeling about that, and maybe how you all are feeling about that. And I want to start with Greg because you've got an ear thing.
Can I mute myself? I'm so full of piss and vinegar. What an ending. I had no idea what had happened after I had to leave last episode. So this was all a shock to me. Like, my face, unreal. The things you love about RP is when shit like this happens and you have no idea it's coming. But like CW said in chat, I that horrific sequence of roles earlier in the episode where I was trying to befriend him, actually I failed forward in that because of the shit that that Regina had set up and everybody else had set up with their roles last time. Boy, oh boy, this dumb guy really got fucking his bacon pulled out of the fire on that one.
You said just I rolled right things.
Yeah, I think when I rolled against her to set it up, I rolled an 18. Was that right, chat?
God Almighty!
I rolled and then
you had to do it to nuke her. Yeah,
I wanted to take her out in a single action, so I was like, "How much do I need?" And Trooper's like, "You need a +8," and I was like, "I'm on it." and Lindy was kind enough to leave me all of her fate points behind, and so I
was like, "Fucking use them, obliterate people."
I did. I basically went all in.
Because look, I've been working against the Gestapo for a while, and if I could.
Yeah,
unreal. That was unreal. I love being surprised like that.
He would not have executed her had you not said the things you said when you were having a meeting with him.
Oh, awesome.
You said two specific things that sealed her fate.
Ooh.
I love it. I like I said, I love that I dumbed my way through that. My conversation didn't work because of my roles. I was sitting here the whole time thinking, man, I love fate because I got fucking screwed, and I was like, yeah, whatever. And then at the end, I love fate even more because my friends are dope. Shit was already taken care of. Love it. Fucking love it. Anywho, that was great. I had my stars for the episode, or my fucking what happened last episode, apparently. Great shit, just the best. And I lost an earphone when Trooper is in the megaphone as Elias, and I'm like, holy shit, I'm cupping one ear trying to make sure I don't miss anything. That was the best. I haven't been that amped. If you can't tell, I haven't been that amped for like a moment in an RP story in a fucking bit. And I'm like, can't be shot in the square. I'm like, holy fuck, my brain's just going nuts as I'm hearing this information. Oh, I loved it. Great story.
I'm just going to tell you, she was not going to be killed until your conversation.
I love that I helped pull the trigger then, because fuck her.
The players had said to me, "Oh, we want Jäger to kill her." It's like, "Oh, that is very unlikely to happen." Like,
I literally just said that in chat, Trooper. I was like, early in the season, I was like, all we had to do is set Jäger up to kill his own wife. And they were like, how are we going to do that? I don't know. Let's
She
just
set
wait 18
herself up.
episodes.
I will tell you what, it's not jealousy. That's not going to do it. And her like screwing around's not going to do it either. But Oscar said something.
I want to go back and listen to that scene again and see if I can figure out what it said.
The idea that we're being picked off is real big to him, because the fact that the people that were involved in the hit on me or Oscar, that was French Gestapo. And he thought,
and his wife was pulling their strings like a puppet master.
Yeah, like I said, I dumbed my way into a couple comments that kind of lined up a little bit.
But it was specifically when you said they sent you here basically as part of a plot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Who sent him here? Who is the they that sent him here? It was Nikoletta. Nikoletta got him transferred here. Because he did not want to come here.
Right.
She did want to come here, and she pulled the strings to get him sent here. And when you said somebody got you sent here on purpose.
Oh, it corroborated that.
See, I figured I knew that from the jump, because she wanted him to come here for you.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah.
Right.
And so I wanted to make sure that if I threw out the fact that, whoever brought us here is out to get us, because I knew that she was involved with the French Gestapo, but I had no idea that would click because of the shit you did. So don't think I'm smart at all. I had no fucking clue.
Look, if you go back to last week, there's a literal moment in the game where we had been talking and I was like, wait a second, but that means this, then this, and this, then this, and we're totally not connected. And all I got to do is send the French police to raid it. We'll get Marie back, and she'll be part. I was like, dumping. I was like,
you're having this whole moment. My dumb ass is walking in the background. Like,
by the way, I do need to tell you this, Greg. If you look at the papers, there's a list of the people that Violette Morris murdered, like in her serial killer style.
Yeah.
Most of them you don't know.
Was Isolde Becker one of them?
Isolde Becker is one of them.
I also, it was so funny. We got off last week and I was like, okay, now that I know things about her, was it her that killed? I was like, I'm going to have to tell Oscar. I had made a note about it to figure out because you had said it was a woman's hand.
I did.
And we thought it was Nikoletta, but it was not.
It was Nikoletta via
Violetta. Yeah.
Yeah, because Nikoletta
I was setting up this whole trippy revenge thing too with those 3 university girls. But okay, cool.
Yeah. No, because here's the thing.
Now you can just salvage the film footage.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. Nicoletta's not the type who has the kind of skills to murder somebody like that, but Violetta does.
Yeah.
Violetta did kill Isolde, and that works out okay for. You can pin it on, but
it definitely came full circle. I mean, I was just saying backstage, like, I'm wondering now, because of Oscar's brilliant and unknown play, if we can't actually go back undercover and convince him that we are back on track to support, Germany.
Sylvie and Tango are gonna be a problem. Like the rest of y'all, there's a secret circle that's the dirty half dozen, and y'all are not in it. He is. So there's gonna be some trickiness.
There's a reason Frieda played off
Yeah.
her involvement with y'all is they were a convenient way to get out of Germany when she had her conversation with Elias.
Well,
She's
it's interesting. Last week we had that conversation after the show about Jäger and how Jäger basically fully believes that Regina's not a killer anymore, that like she doesn't want to do that. So I'm wondering if I can't actually genuinely convince him that I'm just trying to be a good German housewife and leave it all behind me.
Everybody, you're seeing a couple. This is what the shit we do behind the scenes. I'm going to say this. This is the one thing that we can build on for season 6 or whatever, the next 2 episodes. Every fucking word that Nikoletta told Elias is completely suspect. The fact that he would believe, so he got all of his information about us from her. Now he knows stuff about Oscar and everything, but again, Oscar hasn't proven to be an adversary to him other than what has been set up by Nikoletta.
Although he's got records.
He's got records, but again, he's obviously doesn't care enough to act on them. And again, because I dumbed into some really great info.
I mean, here's the thing.
She was telling him not to.
She was keeping you all safe. he wanted to go after Oscar in the beginning, and she is like, no. Don't.
Yeah, but see, that looks like a setup now.
It does.
It looks like she was super guilty, and we actually kind of weren't.
Because when I said, oh, it looks like someone brought us here to play against each other, keeping me out of jail or the firing squad allowed that playoff to happen. Again, I stupidly dumbed into something that actually worked.
Yep. And if you hadn't said the thing about the bringing them together, that was the moment he's like, wait, no, she brought me here. Hold on a second.
What if he's telling
and
the
she
truth?
said, right, and she said, keep him alive.
Yep.
For no other reason than just to keep him fucking alive. Okay, so that's why I lost my motherfucking mind when all that was happening. I'm like,
and
it was said, it works.
And he did spend that interim, those 2 days, investigating things, and he found out about Isolde because, you know, he was torturing Villette to find out information. By the way, so he found out that
it's okay. She wasn't a nice lady.
Oh no, she was not. But he found out that his wife set Villette up to kill Isolde to make it look like he did it, so that you would kill him. Well, that
which again falls right into the shit that I said. I love it. I love it.
I'm just saying,
if I had a cigar, I would chomp on it.
There's just a couple things you said, and that was it. That was it. So who was your love?
Everybody. I love everybody. Fair. And if you want to hear the inner workings of the teenage mind, please go to my son's podcast at Pod Awkward. They are doing fantastic stuff. And my son is now taking part in the Maryland gubernatorial scene. He is attending several of the straw polls and working behind the scenes for several of the candidates. No political party affiliation. He is simply learning the biz, and he's talking about it on his podcast. So go check him out. He's a far greater man than his dumb stumbling into an awesome situation dad. I'll talk to y'all later.
Okay. Backwards, right? Dot. Who are you? Where can we find you? And, you know, give some love.
I'm Dot, Little Red Dot, where little red dots are found online. Love, goodness. Well, Chad, it's gonna.
She was going to be just arrested, right? She was taken out. Absolutely taken out. She was going to be arrested. But the other problem was that he wanted access to her and the police had her, the French police, and they were not going to give her up. So Oberg comes in, and now the French police don't have autonomy anymore. So, because
Well, okay. So I have to give love to everybody. Greg, I have to give you love for the accidental stumble. This shit was perfect. I live for that kind of stuff. And just like, it's because I think each of us as players play things really, really smart, and we take the consideration of what everybody else is doing. So even when we're not at the table, we're actively like moving all of, you know, the sex workers from one place to another, or like moving, or, you know, here are my fate points. And so we're all like in it together, which is a really cool thing, which means that even when you stumble forward or you fail forward, as you said, our web that we have all wove together catches you. And I think that was just a really cool choice moment. Trooper gets, actually, no, Trooper, you're last. Lindy, you get a star because, as always, Frieda has Regina's back and immediately was like, oh, you're putting out a broadcast? Let me just set you up for some success.
By the way, because of that aspect that she did, you didn't even have to roll.
No, I didn't even roll stealth
because you didn't have to, because she set it up.
Because she said it, yeah. Yep. So I was like, oh, because I almost asked, and I was like, oh, I wonder if that's because, yeah. So it's like,
yes, that is correct.
Again, that web we weave, but like, Frieda's always like, oh, this is what Regina's got to go do. This is what I need to do to support that and make it happen. And I just, it's really nice to have at the table. It just feels like good to know somebody's got your back. And Trooper, I have to say, the radio broadcast was probably my star moment for you, maybe throughout the whole season, not just because of the shock value and the delivery, but because of the way that you weaved what he believed was true. It was actually the way that you weaved partial truth and falsity together to make it his reality.
Yeah.
And that makes, that has set all of us up clearly, because we just went off on a tangent up to start and figure out new things. And that leads right into the question you asked, which is, you know, what am I thinking? And honestly, Regina's a spy. Everybody calls her an assassin, but at heart, she's changing into an espionage agent. That's what she is. She's really great at espionage. And the best time for espionage is when things are unstable, because everybody's vying for something and they forget that they're being watched oftentimes. And so even though this new guy is moving in and we don't know what kind of power dynamic that is, new people that don't know us, this kind of power structure is an easy way to work new angles, which I think is what all of these roles in the last 2 episodes have kind of set us up for the next season. And so, Regina's like, oh, fuck, we don't have the asset of the French police anymore, but Nikoletta's not around. And this guy, he don't know shit about us. Maybe that's
the French police still exist. They just are very constrained.
Right. They're not as free. Like we can't, they're not our asset anymore.
Do you know who else was on that list as being killed by Violette?
Please tell me it was Scarlet.
All the hookers, but aside from them.
I mean, all of them. Also, your old military intelligence handler.
No shit.
The one that Regina killed. Yeah.
Killed and chopped into a bunch of flower bits and then dumped by the SS
Carlotta
headquarters.
Oswald.
Yeah.
Oops.
And you might wonder why he thinks
he's involved.
Why he thinks Nikoletta was involved. Because if he said that Violette Morris killed that secretary from
that means
military
he thinks
intelligence.
Nikoletta was involved because he was throwing all of Nikoletta's shit out.
Yeah,
like dirty laundry after a
Man,
breakup.
we've really got to leverage this fact he didn't like. He thinks Nikoletta was actually at the head of something and really fucked him over. We gotta just leverage the hell out of that. So, anyways, there you go. 3 stars. Regina is like
love it.
Agent on the move, right? This is the time that the air is dense with a chance to find new information, to get new stuff, and this actually excites her. So,
yes. That leads me to Lindy.
Hi, that's me. I'm gonna give love first because that's what I do. My love is for Greg's facial journey during the entire radio broadcast. It was beautiful. I'm probably gonna watch it again after the stream is over. Because that was just a really satisfying radio broadcast. And the look on all of our faces when we heard death by firing squad. We were like, I'm sorry, what? Because I expected arrest. I didn't.
Yeah, somebody needs to go get a screenshot of that.
I was expecting arrest too.
Beautiful
but,
moment.
we were
all expecting one thing, and then murder happens. Sometimes I think the moral of the story is sometimes there's just murder. Whatever it happens. I also star for Regina for just playing up the housewife. And the new soft spot for the kitten, for baby Jane.
Trooper, big star for our cuddles.
Yes, big star for the new kitty that the entire group is apparently in love with now. Can't speak for Pretom, but the rest of the characters I think are like, oh, kitten. So that's just great. Just all of the over the top Regina-ness I am here for. I was here for the Clemens Camille showdown that almost commenced outside before church. That would have
been bad for Clemens.
I know. I was here for it. Regardless of what happened, one of them was gonna get hurt, and I was gonna be like, "Oh no, Nazis." Yeah, that was some stars. I'd also just, I'd like to thank the chapel for getting us a place to sneak away from. And I also imagine while Regina was out sneaking off to the broadcast, that gave Oscar and Frieda some time to
so they could snog in.
Be like, feel, look at them, they're kicking the shit out of my ribs.
Thanks to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Yes. So that's a big star for the chapel. Just so much love. I messaged Trooper something. So maybe that'll pop up in the next session. As Trooper scrolls up to go.
I saw it.
What it was.
I saw it.
You saw it? Okay. So yeah, we'll just see. I'm very excited. I'm also really stressed out that the next 2 episodes are due episodes because I'm like, what are we gonna do?
Can I just throw something out there just as a reminder piece, because it has been a couple of seasons.
Yes.
If you remember what Oscar's original mission was, and what the Arctic Wolf's mission was before then.
Wasn't it to like source out the resistance?
Mm-mm. It was not.
What was it? I feel like we've asked this before.
It
I
was
wasn't here.
to figure.
Oscar's original mission was to infiltrate a cell that they believed was funded by the military intelligence, and that was working against the opposing forces. And
taking part of a plot, making a plot to kill Hitler.
Yep.
So this just feeds into Jaeger even more. I also,
which by the way was true. Military intelligence was working on a plot to kill Hitler, but then you killed their coordinator. So
oops,
that's been on the.
She met the wrong end of a lead pipe. Her bad.
But the point being that the original mission was to try to figure out.
So does that mean Oscar has completed his mission?
Not necessarily.
Maybe we can convince
it
him
means
of
that it looks like he was working on it.
It does.
It does mean
that. It does mean there are still some questions. Lucy, you have some splaining to do about like what are you doing as Holgar and what's going on, right? But there's a plot to kill Hitler. The SS believed that it had to do with that it was coming out of military intelligence, and that your handler.
And where are we staying with military intelligence?
And that and that the handler, they have their own hotel. That your handler, who was the secretary, was involved. And the first person investigating that was assassinated. The second person,
Oscar was investigating that and has been pitted against. Yeah.
And then Nikoletta convinces them to move to Paris. And then all of a sudden, the second person is no longer really reliable. Is dead, right? So, and then all of a sudden, the SS wasn't looking so good, and the military was looking much better. So we had to go and stop that problem, don't we? Because right now, some very important people are going to be coming to Paris in the next in the next month or so. And if there's some kind of plot, well, now.
Oh yeah.
But also, what started all of this? Depending on your point of view, someone, maybe some kind of conspirator, decided that someone, maybe Oscar, was getting a little bit too close and put out 2 different hits on Oscar. One, trying to manipulate Elias to kill Oscar. And 2, sending her French Gestapo lackeys to do it.
Interesting.
So it looks kind of like somebody, maybe, we don't know if it was Nikoletta by herself or if there's some other thing going on, the them. But it certainly does seem like Nikoletta was involved in this plot to kill the Circle.
Good news, bad news. It looks like Oscar might end up winning the Iron Cross for Germany, and Nuremberg's going to be a real bad scene for him, even though he doesn't deserve it.
Yeah. I'm just saying there are going to be some things that are going to be happening that'll make season 6 really interesting.
Well, also, I have a star at this Trooper. This star it's partially my fault. Because I picked a new trouble aspect this season because I kind of murdered my husband, but Trooper has got me so paranoid that whenever a new Nazi NPC is introduced, I immediately go to Google and Wikipedia to see if they're married or not, because I'm just like, oh no. And it's just, I've learned more about Nazis' marital status than I ever thought I would. So that's your fun history fact for today. But you can find me online all about history and tabletop RPGs at Laugh Love Lindy, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, etc. I play and GM some tabletop RPGs. Just finished GMing a 3-year campaign of Mr. Ravenloft. We wrapped that up this week, and there was a lot of almost sobbing, but we all kept it together pretty well. That we saved it for after the stream. And then and on Monday nights we've got our Innistrad game still. I don't know what we're going to be doing this next Tuesday. It'll be something, probably a one-shot, because we've got some other campaigns in the works. Also, should I announce it, Trooper? Because I mean, it's getting pretty close. But I mean, we're still.
I don't know.
It's up to you. I'm gonna leave it up to you.
I feel like could do.
I could do. Okay, I'll
I mean,
give a teaser.
Okay.
I'll give a teaser. So there's gonna be a new game on my channel for the summer on Wednesday nights, maybe GM'd by Trooper.
What?
And this maybe has something to do with if you like history, the Regency era. Maybe some
I need to go to the
some
dry
good
cleaners.
societies. Yeah. And so you should definitely keep your eyes open for that, because it's going to be fun and dramatic as fuck. And then, of course, we'll have our aliens game at some point when our GM's not in a foreign country. And that's me. Also, you can find me with Trooper tomorrow on Praxagorth Thesmophoria's channel for some Witcher.
Also, we'll be using the expansion Emma Forget Me Not, which is for some really dark, moody, stormy, dark, romantic, gothic feelings, very, very sort of Wuthering Heights. So, and that's not an expansion I've seen anybody stream just yet. So if you want some good long-term stormy weather, this will be that. And I am troopersjp, and I would like to read donations first. But before I do, I just want to say, I will note that Nikoletta got killed for things that she didn't do, rather than things that she did.
Yes, you're right.
But the things she did do set her up for failure.
Yeah. Just, you know.
I bet she never saw it coming. I bet she was like, oh, my husband's going to get me out of here. And then she's like, oh no, he's murdering.
Yeah.
No, she made that shitty phone call that was like, I have your hat and I'm going to use this hat against you to get everything that I want. And Regina's like, I don't, fuck your hat. I'm going to sit here and drink wine and bring you down.
Yeah, so there's that, and all this will be trickling out from there. So before I say anything about myself, I want to sort of thank people who've given donations. Your donations allow me to pay this cast, and then, you know, hopefully, and when all goes well, not out of pocket. But no matter what happens, they're getting paid, either out of pocket or not. But so far, all of you have been so delightfully helpful, so thank you. And we'll also pay for, I've got a pretty big art project that once my players give me the art briefs, I can start getting an artist and commissioning them for a very special project, which all of you will be really excited about. And they don't know, the players don't know what it is, but it's cool, and you'll like it when I get that. It's gonna be a lot of art. It's gonna be a lot, because I need to get art of every single PC that has ever been in our game, and a couple of NPCs actually.
Wow.
So I'm gonna just note that it's gonna be very epic. And that said, I want to sort of shout out for these wonderful, wonderful donations. First, Rissa donated $25. Thank you, Rissa, our mod, who's been so excellent, who said, this is the beginning, how is it possible that this is the last full team episode of the season? I don't know. Look, y'all, Draft Dare donated $25, but no message, and I feel like the message is, hey, Trooper, is that rumor that I heard true, that you wanted to do a very, very special film night, movie night, about something that is very directly relevant to what's going to be happening probably in season 6? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. More details later. Hawkeye donated 500 bits. Thank you, Hawkeye. Also Draft there. And Hawkeye's bits say, for the Mockingbird, Lady Cobra, and the rest of the zoo gang. Absolutely, our zoo gang. Yeah, that's Baby Jane and also Millie. And then Lightning Invoker donated $25 with the message, all the love to Trooper and the cast. Thank you. And we just got in 100 bits from Willen, who, by the way, Willen, I see you. Wow, what an episode. What an ending. We'll miss Nikoletta as a villain, but good riddance for the group. Cheer 100. Absolutely. And I will tell you what, it's a foreign film. It's a French film. It's going to be really cool. It's going to be really important. It's going to be for something that's going to kind of hit pretty big, I think, season 6. So be prepared for that coming. I'm still needing to talk to all the cast, but it looks like we're probably going to start up after Gen Con, so end of August. There'll be stuff going on in the interim, but don't even worry about that just yet, because next week we have got Oscar and the Prince and the Dancer, going to be dealing with their things. You know what I mean? And I'm really excited about it. And I just have so much excitement for what's going to happen. And that's them. And then, of course, the ladies after that. And next week on the 25th is next week, right? Yes, which is a Wednesday. I will be in a Change Stars one shot, and I'll put all that details up on my channel so you can go and see it. But all of that said, I want you all to go have a good time, and I want to thank special thanks to Willen TW for being our sponsor for this month, because that's really special and really important, and I want to thank you for it. And this was well, I just want to say this now because you're all here, right? Because duels are going to be like a different kind of a vibe. This has been such an interesting and weirdly intense season in ways that I think it's really big, but I feel like the intensity and the bigness of it will only just be more and more known as time goes on, and we're going to just see it. So that's what I got. That's what I got. That's it. So my friends, all of that said, thank you all for being here. Thank you for supporting. We're all going to go to sleep, and I will see you all later. We'll catch you on the flip side. And thank you so much for being here, and all the love. All the love. Bye, everyone.